I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler to 36, Senator Butler to 38, Senator Carter, Senator Kaufman, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, here. Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator McCon, Senator McDaniel, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Moran, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sojourner, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Steve Smith, who is the senior pastor at the First Baptist Church in Waynesboro, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Senator DeBar. Dr. Smith.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would you bow with me as we pray? Our Father, we thank you for the blessing of another day. We thank you for all the good things that we enjoy because of your goodness. And Father, today we want to continue to lift up our friends and family across the state that have suffered devastation in these terrible storms. Father, we pray you will continue to provide for them physically and emotionally and spiritually. And we also thank you, Lord, for the scores of Mississippians and others who are today and have been in these days giving of their time, Lord, just to express your love in a tangible way to these in need. Thank you for these men and women in this room this morning. Thank you for the hard work they've done this session. Lord, continue to bless them with wisdom as they make important decisions. And we ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Thank you, Senator Polk. We move to introduction of guests.
You got it, Dave?
We'll start with Senator DeBar. He's at McDaniel's spot.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my left over here at the non-smokers table with Dr. Smith is his better half, his lovely wife, Vidonia. If she'll stand and let the Senate recognize her for being here at the United States Senate.
Thank you. Further introductions. further introductions. Senator Younger, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have Coach Billy Thomas and the MAIS Class 2A State Champion Basketball Girls Team, Columbus Christian Academy. Please give them a warm hand, Kent Senate.
Congratulations. Senator Kaufman, you're recognized, sir.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, I've got the 4A North State Girls Championship basketball team with us. If they'll stand, this is the Simpson Academy girls. Had a great year, and oh so proud of all y'all did this year. So if y'all please stand in the Senate, make them welcome. And Mr. President, I got one more introduction I'd like to make, if that's okay.
Please proceed.
Also, I want to recognize their coach, Coach Linda Deere, who's also in the balcony. She's a longtime friend of mine, been coaching for a long time, and is a great, great leader of young ladies. This year, she had her 600th victory as a head coach. So, Coach Deere, if you'll stand in the Senate, make her welcome. She was also the starting point guard for Coach Tom Wallace's Florence Eagles state championship team back in the day.
Nice going. Congratulations, Coach. Very proud of you and your young ladies, and congratulations on your championship. Senator Younger.
Yes, Lieutenant Governor. I also forgot to mention up in the North Gallery, we have a group Andy Berry's leading. It's the members of the Mississippi Cattlemen's Association leadership. Millie Chisholm from New Albany, Tori Strope from Tupelo, Jay Slater from Corinth, Justin Brown from Winona, Isaac Hughes from Golden, Larry Primo from Petal, and Libby Durst from Starkville. Please give them a warm welcome, Senate.
Thank y'all. Any other introductions? Any other? Okay, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to present to the body this week's pages for the week. And Mr. President, you can see that they are small in number, but they are mighty in their intellect, their vision, and their drive. And here with us today, we have Amaya Sukbatar. And Amaya is serving as my page this week. She is from Madison. Also, Miles Kimbrell Wilson, serving as a page for Senator Horn from Canton, Mississippi. And Mallory Ard, who is the Lieutenant Governor's page. She's from Ruth, Mississippi. Also serving as a page for the Lieutenant Governor from Columbia, Mississippi, Jane Claire Carney. And Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we also have Yasmin Taylor. She is out doing tests today. But she is the granddaughter of our own Terry, who's one of our porters here in the state Senate. So, Mr. President, as we put the crowning touch on this legislative session, I'd like to present to you the finest pages we've had all year.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for 4 privileges for the Simpson Academy boys basketball team and Coach McNulty.
Sergeant Arms, please escort the team to the chamber floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you're looking at the 5A back-to-back state championship boys basketball team. This team It's got a lot of talent. I'm telling you, if you like fast-paced, up-tempo type basketball, this is the team you need to come see. They love to get them down the court, love to shoot the three, and were a very fun team to watch. Made it to the overall semifinals this year, and just made Simpson County extremely proud, as well as our girls who were up in the top as well. So extremely proud of them. They went down to Florida this Christmas and won a big tournament down there that had schools from all over the Southeast, bigger schools than us, and they ended up going down there and winning that thing. So it's just a great group of young men, great talented basketball players, and they're young too. They have a chance to three-peat next year. I mean, they really do. They've got a lot of young kids that are really talented as well. So very proud of them and very proud of their coaches, Coach McNulty, Coach Funches, Coach Brad Smith. I'm telling you, there's not a coaching staff in the state that would want to play these guys 3-on-3. I'm telling you, they are very talented guys as well, and super friends of mine, and great to have them up here at the Senate today. So at this time, Mr. President, I ask that we read the title of the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 50, a resolution commending and congratulating the Simpson County Academy Cougars boys basketball team and Coach Josh McNulty for winning back-to-back MAIS 5A state championships. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Simpson County Academy Cougars boys basketball team and Coach Josh McNulty for winning back-to-back MAIS 5A state championships, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future athletic and academic success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Josh McNulty for the team and Simpson County Academy Headmaster Nick Lee, forwarded to the Simpson County Academy Board of Trustees, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I'll ask for speaking privileges for Coach McNulty.
Coach McNulty, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it. Appreciate Coach Kaufman, Senator Kaufman, for having us up here. We really appreciate everything you guys do for our great state. The guys behind us, as Senator Kaufman said, have accomplished a lot through their basketball career, and we look to accomplish more as we continue to go the next few years. This team behind us in the 53-year history of Simpson County Academy, this is only the second team to win the state championship and finish in the Final Four of overall. So a tremendous, tremendous team, a tremendous honor for us coaches to be able to coach this group of young men. And look, as good as they are as basketball players, they're better young men. They're going to represent our state as they get through very, very well, and I'm humbled and honored to have a part in coaching these guys. So thank you guys for having us so much. Again, appreciate Senator Kaufman, appreciate you for all that you guys do. Thank y'all.
Y'all get where they can see you. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you. We'll move to the calendar. Chairman Harkins. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 1 and go to item 2 on the calendar, and have item 1 retain its place on the calendar, go to item 2, Senate nomination number 91, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Gibbert, Ridgeland, Mississippi, Mississippi Lottery Corporation Board of Directors, 5-year term effective March 8, 2023, and ending December 31st, 2027.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reappointment for the Lottery Commission. Mr. Gibbard has served on the commission, and his first term, I think it was a staggered term, is up, and he has been reappointed for the position. His nomination met all the statutory requirements, and he did file his statement of economic interest. And so my motion is we do advise the consent on Senate nomination number 91 for the Lottery Commission.
Questions on the nomination? Advising consent has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Now, all right, we got to use the morning roll call. Sorry, Senator. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none. Advising consent is confirmed. Chairman Kirby. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 3, Senate Resolution 101, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 101, commend Columbus Christian Academy Rams girls basketball team for winning MAIS Class 2A state championship.
Usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, the commendatory resolution on Columbus Christian Academy Rams girls basketball team. Very deserving. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, I ask for use of morning roll call for final
Seeing no
passage.
questions, use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter is voting no. Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank
Chairman
you, Mr.
McMahon.
President.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Good morning. Call up item 4 on today's calendar and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1819, City of Eupora, authorized conveyance of certain property located within the city's industrial park.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
What we have before us is a City of Eupora is seeking authorization to convey some property to a private entity. It was part of an overall business arrangement that had taken place several years ago, and then it's come to their attention that the city had never transferred the property to the entity. So they're seeking authorization to do so at a price, and the mayor and the board will negotiate that to be sure that the residents of Eupora, Mississippi are made whole. I yield for any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Thank you, Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, just one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to bring it to the attention of the chamber that this will be the final action on the local and private committee. I would like to thank the committee members for their flexibility over the last couple of weeks. I want to also brag on Deborah Stamps, the committee assistant who performed amazingly. I want to also thank the committee attorney, Caleb Prott, for his guidance and help. I'd like to also thank Andrew Yates that represented your interests, Mr. President, in the committee. Proud of the work that we've done on this committee. We've passed over 300 bills in the last 4 years to help Mississippi, to help each of you, to help strengthen our cities and counties. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me the opportunity to serve as the chair. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Chasnoff.
To recognize guests at the appropriate time.
You're recognized for introduction, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have with us a special group of students from LaFleur County, and on behalf of Senator Jordan and myself, I'd like for us to welcome the LaFleur Legacy Academy Student Council Association. This is the first public charter school in Greenwood, Mississippi, founded by Dr. Tamala Boyd Shaw of Greenwood. They're in the North Gallery. Please make them welcome.
Thank you. Welcome to your Senate. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Carter. Moran? Okay, in-conference finance, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 535, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 535, alcoholic beverages, revised definition of qualified resort area under the local option alcoholic beverage control law.
This is the omnibus local option resort status bill. I believe Ian has gone around and everybody that had one showed you where it was in the bill just to make sure it was in there. That was the definition of what the bill did. So if there are any questions, I move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Fraser? Hill? Present. Hill is present. Tate, no. Norwood, no. Parker, no. Branning, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 8, House Bill 1136, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1136, distinctive motor vehicle license tag, authorized issuance to supporters of the Mississippi Road Builders Association.
This is the omnibus tag bill. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to amend on line 82 by inserting the following. It's on your screen. It's just something that was left out of the title. So we want to make sure that gets inserted in the title. But this is the omnibus tag bill. And I guess ask for unanimous consent to add that.
One moment. Unanimous consent has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, Senator.
Thank you. Now, all right, I think we have a list on the screen of the,
One moment, please.
these are your tag, if you requested a car tag, it was sent over and added to this bill. So
There you go.
you
That's
see
it.
a list of the tags that are on here, on your screen right now. You want to take a second and look and make sure if you had a car tag that it's on there. I'll give you a second to look at it.
Give 1 minute.
In addition to adding some of the car tags, we extended the time frame for certain tags to give them more time to get the required number of tags in order to make a run on them. So that is what the bill does. If there aren't any questions, I move adoption of the conference report by the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Question, Senators. Were you your first question, Senator Harkins?
I do.
Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
I think you and I had a conversation a while back about some justice court judges that wanted a tag, and I guess both of us kind of failed to get that in there because I don't see it listed. I think I tried to get it in there last year, and somehow the ball got dropped, but I guess we'll do it next year.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Okay. Senator, we'll make sure it gets in the bill. No further questions. Move adoption of the
Further
conference report.
questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to skip item 9, have it take its place on the calendar, and go to number 9. Let's see. 10 and 11. Skip those and have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 12 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 9, 10, and 11 retain their place upon the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2842, use tax, revised standards for municipalities' eligibility to receive monies from special infrastructure assistance fund.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that we worked on with the use tax diversion that goes to cities and counties for supplementing their budgets to do infrastructure work. A few of the changes that were made, starting on line 34, it talks about what all is allowable as an expense for the cities and counties to use the monies for. It also addresses, on the city side, the city has to file 5 years of reports in order to get the use tax for the next year. And they've been doing it for 3 or 4 years, and it's a lot of work for some of our cities. And so all we're wanting to make sure is they are using a base spend on a maintenance of effort. And you can do that with 2 years of numbers, especially going back with what we've already been through on prior years. So it limits it to 2 years, and it also changes the CPI index. So right now, if a city was spending, round numbers, $1 million on infrastructure, and the last year or two we've had 7-8% in inflation, that's going to make them spend that much more just to get the use tax. We're not trying to make them spend more than what they can afford, but we just want to make sure that they're maintaining a base level spend. So it changes the CPI number, the inflation factor, to it increasing or decreasing such amount by a percentage that is equal to the lesser of 0.5%. So that's the definition of what we're talking about. So it's just a slight bump in their spend year over year. And that's what the bill does. And it also allows the department and the Office of State Auditor to have powers to proper implementation of this subsection. That's the definition. It doesn't change the formula for the counties. They're still under the same third formula that they're currently under. And if there are no questions, that is the explanation of the conference report.
Questions? Senator Horn, did you have a question on this?
Introduction of a resolution out of order.
One moment. We'll finish this bill and we'll come to you, Senator Horn. Senator Simmons on the bill.
Question, Mr. President.
You have for question, Senator Harkins?
Yes.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Harkins, for yielding. Senator Harkins, I know earlier in the session we had some concerns that were addressed to me by MML, and I think they also addressed some of the same concerns to you. What we have done in this conference report does in fact address those concerns.
It does. It kind of puts a cap on how much more they got to spend year over year. Something a little more manageable.
Okay, and we did try, correct me if I'm wrong, to try to make what we are doing currently with the counties for the same criteria regarding the use tax to apply for the municipalities.
Well, not necessarily the same for municipalities, because the counties have a formula that a third of it shall be allocated to counties in equal share. A third shall be allocated to counties based on the proportion of the total number of rural road miles in the county to the total number of rural miles in all counties of the state. And there's a third that's allocated on the proportion that the rural population of the county bears to the total rural population of the state. So you can't really apply that to the cities, but we tried to make it a little easier for the cities to apply to comply with the law by just doing 2 years, so they can show what the base spend was 2 years prior, and then the prior year, so it shows that they're actually maintaining their level of spend, their maintenance of effort, and that they're not just cutting it by 20% or 30% because they're getting all this use tax money.
Yeah, and they did understand the difference of the county's formula that didn't apply to municipalities, but the part that we were able to change, we did make those changes.
Yes, we did.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thanks, President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Anyone else? Seeing no other questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption by the morning roll call of the conference report.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Horn, you're recognized. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
recognize the 50th anniversary of the establishment of JSU Department of Political Science.
Senator Parks, for what purpose, ma'am?
An introduction at the appropriate time.
Please proceed.
This morning in the gallery, as we're winding down the session, we have had a faithful group here every Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. They have come and prayed at this Capitol. This is the Mississippi Governmental Prayer Alliance. They've been in existence since 2009. So if you all would please make them welcome today, if you will all stand as we close the session down this year. We thank you.
Thank you. We feel your presence. Thank you. Okay, 13, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 13, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill number 2887, State Treasurer modifies certain provisions concerning deposit and investment of excess state funds.
This conference report basically just updates the Treasury's policy guidelines for investment to meet or exceed those for PERS, and updates Treasury's procurement provisions for investment services to be the same as those previously approved for PERS. We've obviously done some work over the past several years kind of giving PERS a little more flexibility in how they invest their monies, and we are allowing that for the Treasurer's Office to deal with excess cash. It updated the qualified depository guidelines for repurchase agreements. It added corporate credit as a permissible investment type, and it revised the procurement exemptions or investment services for the state treasury. That is an explanation of the conference report. I'll be happy to yield for any questions. If not, I'll use passage by the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Yield for a question, Senator?
Sure.
Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
Looking through the strike-through version on line 111, prior, it said at least 80% of the total dollar amount in all repurchase agreements at any one time shall be pursuant to contracts with qualified state depositories, and then we're replacing it with a qualified state depository should be given preference. So what is the rationale for allowing them to move all these depositories out of state?
I think it's where they maximize the return for the state.
So they can draw more interest?
Draw more interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion?
Motion is a passage by the morning roll call.
Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none. Passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Move to 14. Senator Hobson. Okay.
Mr. President, my motion would be to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 83 on first item 72 on yesterday's calendar.
Do we have a corresponding one on today? 72? One moment, Senator, we'll put it up. It's on? Okay. There's not a corresponding number for today. Okay, Senator, we have it up on the screen. The motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Hobson.
My motion would be, at first I'd ask to have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3047, appropriation Grand Gulf Restoration Fund to the Mississippi Development Authority.
My motion would be to seek unanimous consent to change an item in that bill on line 244. It should be on the screen. On line 244, the number was 376,138. It should have been 376,136. And that my motion would be that unanimous consent be granted to make that clerical error. correct that clerical error.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
And then I would move to suspend the rules to go back to item 83 on the calendar of March 26 at this time.
One moment, please. It's up, Senator. We're good to go.
Thank you. The motion would be to suspend.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I'd ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3018, Appropriation Veterans Affairs Board.
My motion would be to seek unanimous consent to amend that bill as well. Amend line 24 by deleting the number 25 and inserting in lieu thereof the number 26.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wait, 602. Okay, Mr. President, I'd ask that we skip item 14, go to item 15 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Item 14 retains its place upon the calendar. Item 15, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 603, State Budget, bring forward sections relating to.
A motion would be to recommit for further conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Recommit.
As we go to item 16, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 604, new programs funded with ARPA funds, revise certain provisions and bring forward sections of.
A motion to be recommit for further conference.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
As we go to item 17, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 834, Assistant District Attorneys and Criminal Investigators increase and authorized number of.
That one was it. Motion to be to recommit for further conference.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's recommitted. 18,
As
Senator.
we skip item 18, go to item 19, have the title read.
18 retains its place on the calendar. Number 19, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2372, Mississippi Hospital Sustainability Grant Program, establish and provide eligibility for funds.
A motion would be to adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Blackwell to explain.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the body's patience and waiting for us to get these numbers together. If you recall, we started off earlier at 83 million. We've managed to move that number up to 103 million, and we passed that appropriations yesterday. So I believe everybody should be getting a sheet that shows the breakdown of all the hospitals and the payment that they're going to be getting. So what we tried to do when we had our initial meeting was take a look at how can we help the rural hospitals. They're the ones that had sort of took the biggest whack during the COVID. So initially we took a look at licensed beds, but when there are a good number of facilities that might have, let's say, 100 beds, but they only have 30 of them operational. So the money then went to those facilities that had more beds. So we backed up from doing that, and then we tried to take a look at doing it by average daily census, because that way we'd actually be looking at the money following the patient. But again, when we did that, the larger hospitals seemed to consume all the funds. So we went back to the drawing board and we started taking a look at the types of hospitals that we had and where they're located. And so that's how the breakdown is done. If you were 100 beds, over 100 beds, you got $1 million. Hospitals with less than 100 beds, but an ER, got $625,000. Specialty hospitals such as Psych got $500,000. Critical access hospitals got a $500,000 base. Acute hospitals with no ER got $300,000. Small rural hospitals with ERs got $250,000. And that left us with a balance of about a little over 21 million. And so we broke that up by bed allocation, licensed beds. Coming to the 103. Mr. President, that's an explanation of the bill. I'd be happy to yield for any questions.
Okay, questions on the bill? Senator Butler. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yeah, yield.
Senator Butler is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much for what you've done in this bill. But my question is, I see where we were at 83, now we have 103. I see where we are now. Do we have the numbers of where we were before we got to this for the 83?
I still may have some old spreadsheets, but I didn't bring them up here with me.
Okay, I would definitely like to see that, to see what kind of changes, because I think you even talked about you did it a little different versus when we got to this point versus then.
Yes.
I kind of like to see the difference in the numbers on where we are now.
Okay, I'll dig it out and I'll be happy to share it with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Hill.
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes,
Senator Hill's recognized.
Thank you. I know you have been back and forth and looking at these numbers and trying to figure out what the best way is to allocate this. And just looking at the totals, it looks to me like these individual hospitals going to burn through this amount of money pretty fast. So I guess my question would be, was there any thought as to if an aggregated amount of $103 million that's been split up by, looks like 100 hospitals or more, could that have had a greater impact in any other shape or form? Because it just looks to me like this amount of money, they're going to burn through this pretty fast.
They probably will, Senator. But we didn't take a look at any other formulas or funding mechanisms other than the one that's before us here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? Okay, Senator.
I'll move for adoption of the committee report by the use of the morning roll call.
Adoption of committee report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Passes. Bill passes. We're on 20. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
44. ARPA program, bring forward provisions related to for possible amendment.
A motion to be recommit for further conference.
Motion to recommit for further conference. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
As we go to item 21, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2446, appropriations provide certain transfers, fund authority, and fiscal year 2023 appropriations.
Motion is to recommit for further conference.
Motion is to recommit for further conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Motion, go to item 22, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2454, budget, bring forward code sections related to and provide for transfers.
Motion is to recommit for further conference.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. Yes, go to item 23 and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2616, real estate commission, decrease fees charged by.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. The gist of this bill came from our budget hearings that we held last year. When we were looking at the budget for the Mississippi Real Estate Commission, we found that they had been generating large amounts of cash. And we asked them to come up with a game plan on returning some of that money to their licensees. And so we purposely planned to have their hearing in November of this year, so we wouldn't, last year we were rushed, and we had the hearing in November of this year, and it had grown from $3 to about $3.5 million of cash on hand. So we set about looking at some ways that some of this money could be, since it's a special fund agency, could get back to the licensees. So the gist of the bill was that we would reduce the license fees to $100, and they're renewed every 2 years. And so this will return a couple $100,000 back to the members. The House amended the bill. We also, during this year, we had a bill circulating that would sever the appraisal licensure board from under the heading of the Real Estate Commission. So now that they're going to go out on their own, the House amended our bill to put $1 million, what I call slush fund, in the appraisal licensure board, and we knew they did not need that amount of money to operate. So we have, in the amendment and the conference report, have reduced that amount to $120,000 to help them get a head start, help them pay for office furniture, office equipment, and rent office space. So that's the gist of the conference report. Senator, I'll be glad to yield for any questions. Senator Hobson has already moved adoption of the amendment. I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This number that we decided to transfer, that actually correlates back to expenses that the appraisers had paid to the Real Estate Commission for rent and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Items that they get documented. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate you making sure that we got the right number. We didn't just pick a number. We actually tried to be fair and not just shift $1 million.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for the motion.
Motion adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, Senator Hobson? I'm sorry, one moment. Senator Blackwell? Present. Blackwell? Present. Anyone else? Present. Harkins? Anyone else? Michelle? Present. Harkins, Michelle? Present. Blunt? Present. Blackwell, Harkins, Michelle, and Blunt. Norwood, present. Norwood, present. Anyone else? Branning, present. Anyone else? Frazier, present. Present, Senator Frazier. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson.
My motion, Mr. President, be to suspend the rules to go back to item 14 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules to item 14. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 602, District Attorneys increase the operating allowance of.
This bill, the House concurred with the Senate's position on this. This included the office expense for district attorneys to be bumped from $35,000 to $50,000. It also includes the existing law already has in place for those DAs that will add an ADA pursuant to what we passed this year. There's an additional $4,000 that's offered to those offices. So $50,000, 35 to 50 on the office expense, and an additional $4,000 will go to those districts that get an additional ADA. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill?
If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. 14. Thank you, Senator Hobson. One moment, please. Next is item 24.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call it up, Miss. The title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 252, Festival Wine Permits, extend repeal is on authority to issue in certain provisions relating to.
The motion is that we recommit for further study.
Motion to recommit for further study. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Chasnow. Senator Fillingane, we're on 25, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 266, Department of Public Safety Headquarters Office, name and honor of Commissioner David R. Huggins.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'll be happy to explain the conference report, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
So this bill does two things, the report does. It does, in fact, name the headquarters of the Mississippi Department of Public Safety for David R. Huggins, and secondly, it names the Mississippi State Crime Lab at the Mississippi Department of Public Safety for Representative Tom Weathersby. Those are the two items that this conference report does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the conference committee report?
If no questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Present.
McCon.
Tate? No, Present McCon. President McCon. Anyone else? Hill? Present. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Fillingham.
I'd like to skip the next item and go to item number 27 and call it up and have the title read.
26 retained place on the calendar. 27, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 405, bribery of a candidate, revised statute of limitations.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report. I'm happy to explain the report.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we passed this bill actually twice in two different versions or two different numbers, but it does the same thing, which is to say that this bill would extend the statute of limitations for bribery of a public official when it's currently 2 years, and it would expand it to 5 years. This was a request of the State Department of Audit, and that is what the report does. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator Turner Ford. She passes. I'm sorry. All right. Any questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no other questions, I'll move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Passes. Bill passes. Next, Chasnaw. Senator Chasnaw. Senator Chasnaw. Pass. Thank you, Senator. 29, Senator Wiggins. 28 retains its place upon the calendar. Item 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 29. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
485, sexual assault evidence kit, regulate the processing of.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report. And Mr. President, I do have a motion and then be allowed to explain.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. This is a sexual assault evidence kit bill. The changes that they were minor changes. Bottom line is they updated the definition of sexual assault to make it so that it meets what's already in the criminal code. So we're not redefining sexual assault. And the other big change was the House accepted our members on the task force. The report reflects the amendments that we put in, which included the 2 doctors along with the hospital. One of those, the language was to simply say that they regularly practice in that area. And then, Mr. President, my motion is because of the task force on line 188, it says 9, and because we added 3, it actually is 12, and it's a technical amendment. And so my motion at this time would be, would ask for unanimous consent to make the change on line 188 from 9 to 12. That's my motion at this time.
Motion from 9 to 12. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Wiggins.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
My motion is that we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Call up item 30, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 510, foster parents' Bill of Rights and Responsibilities created and required to be provided to foster parents.
My motion would be that we recommit for further conference.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingham, 31.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's get that item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 529, Department of Public Safety, revised various provisions.
And the motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator England to explain.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Department of Public Safety Technical Amendment Bill that we've worked on this year. Just to go through quickly what we've done here in the conference report. This amends Section 6616.3 to exempt records in the motor vehicle insurance verification system from the Mississippi Public Records Act. That's at lines 84 to 85. Moving down, if you go to lines 159 to 165, you'll see that the bill, this conference report also authorizes the Mississippi Justice Information Center to apply for grants to be used to purchase live scan equipment to be used for fingerprinting by the law enforcement agencies throughout the state. On lines 275 to 282, what we've done there is we've added that by December 31st, 2025, all state and local law enforcement agencies shall be compliant with the regulations promulgated by DPS, which has to do with NIBRS, which is the National Incident-Based Reporting System. We were able to do that in this conference report. I'm really glad we were able to do that. That's going to allow our law enforcement officers better access to updated criminal reporting system that's put on with the FBI. If you'll look to lines 285 to 291, we're allowing the department to furnish Driver Service Bureau public access computers. That's in lieu of the outdated kiosks, so that's just an updated way of doing that. Along those lines, if you go to 555 to 556, you'll see that we're allowing revising the means by which the department sends license renewals. And finally, at line section 6, which is line 741 to 744, the bill repeals that section that provided for the automatic repeal of the Public Safety Verification Enforcement Act. So that's what the conference report does, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir? Question?
Introduction.
Oh, introduction. One moment. Senator Hill? For what purpose?
Question.
You for question, Senator?
I do, yes.
If I remember correctly, I think we maybe passed language through here long before you got here about this compliance with NIBRS in the reporting system. So this extends it to 2025. I guess my question is, if we sit here in 2025 and they're still not compliant, what's the enforcement mechanism? Because you know and I know that dispositions of cases are not being reported.
Yes, Senator Hill, and that's a good question, and that's why with the code section open, we did go ahead and put a date in. If you'll look just up to above that, the existing law said that as soon as practicable, we didn't want to put any sanctions or anything in at this time. We just wanted to put a date, and we will come back and look at that and see if it's if we're seeing local and state officials.
Because you know and I know that's why some of these DUIs that wound up with fatalities didn't stay locked up, because some other jurisdiction had not reported. So, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
I appreciate your work on this, and this is probably one of the most important things facing law enforcement is getting these records reported.
I think so too. Yeah. And I was glad this was one of the reasons this bill was filed a little bit later. We worked on that NIBRS language because it is important, and Commissioner Tyndall actually suggested that date and has agreed to work with us to make sure that we're getting folks to comply with that.
I just don't think it's rocket propulsion engineering for law enforcement to do this, and I strongly thank you and encourage you to keep looking at this, and I thank the Commissioner for recognizing it.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Hill.
Okay, Senator, ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is that we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call being requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which record is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator England. Senator Horn, recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, members of the Senate, excuse me, I'd like to direct the attention of the Senate to the North Gallery, where we have two good friends of mine who are here visiting us today, Mr. Willie and Ms. Akeisha Holly Cologne. They are the owners of Brick and Hops Beer Garden in Bronx, New York. However, Ms. Akeisha Holly Cologne is a native of Jackson, and they're bringing a second location of Bricks and Hops Beer Garden to the Fair Street Historic District. They're featured as TV personalities on Oprah Winfrey's own network. And Willie is a Super Bowl champion as a 10-year veteran with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's give them a warm Senate welcome.
Congratulations and thank you for investing in Mississippi. We're glad to have you here and back home. Okay, Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up numbers 32 and 52 on today's calendar in block, please.
32 and 52 in block. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Branning.
I'd like for the titles to be read on those two items,
Clerk,
please.
please read the title.
House Bill number 691, Memorial Highway, designated section of U.S. Highway 45 in Wayne County, Mississippi, as the Army Sergeant Eric C. Newman Memorial Highway. Senate Bill number 2002, Memorial Highways, designate segments of highway to Bradford C. Freeman and Douglas Anderson.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference
You're
report, please.
recognized, Senator.
House Bill 691, there were two additions that the House placed into their conference report, and one of them was in Marshall County, Highway 72, to be the Eddie Dixon Memorial Highway. Then Scott County had a couple of highways there, and one in Morton, Highway 80 for the Reverend Scott Mangum Life Springs Ministers Memorial Intersection, and then a portion of the I-20 exit in Lake, home of Randy Houser, country music singer. And then the Senate Bill 2002, our original action included a memorial highway for Senator Younger, as well as an amendment that Senator Norwood had. But in conference, we added two bridges in Adams County. One is the Second Creek Bridge that will be called the Boyd Sojourner Memorial Bridge, and then the James Carter Memorial Bridge, and then Highway 1 as Traveling Riverside Blues Highway. And then in Warren County, Chairman Hobson had a frontage road there to be named as the Dr. Bill Pierce Memorial Frontage Road. That's the explanation of the conference reports. If there are no questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Simmons.
Introduction, out of order.
One moment, please. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill is passed. Senator Simmons, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition to Senator Horn's introduction, also in the gallery are Tamara Cherie, who's also on the OWN network, and she is the former Senator of Doug Anderson. She's the niece of former Senator Doug Anderson, and also Miss Latrice Rogers and Letitia Pearson. If they could stand and the Senate make them feel welcome.
Okay, Senator Branning.
I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of number 75 today on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning, please proceed.
Thank you. This conference report is for Senate Bill 2559.
I'm sorry, we've got to read the title, Senator.
Excuse me.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2559, Transportation, extend repeal on harvest permit authorization and fees.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report,
You're
please.
recognized, Senator.
Thank you. The conference report on Senate Bill 2559 just simply does two things. The first thing is it deletes the harvest permit repealer, which we passed through this chamber at least 2 times. The second thing, on line 6 of the conference report, it establishes the Strategic Multimodal Investments Fund. The purpose of the fund is spelled out in lines 53 and then again on line 70, which will allow us to provide improvements to ports, rail, and airports in our state. Based on recommendations by an advisory board that's created in the fund that will work much like the Emergency Road and Bridge Fund. In the bill, you will see language that talks about equity and funding among the 3 modes of transportation as well as for our rural communities. And the projects have to be for a public benefit. And that is the explanation of the conference report. I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
Passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call as question. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of items 91 and 92 in block, please.
91 and 92 in block. Anyone object? All in favor signify by saying aye. I oppose, no. 91. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 78, Homer Rex, Germany, Union, Mississippi, Commercial Transportation Enforcement Division Appeals Board as a board member representing the Mississippi Department of Public Safety, remainder of a 4-year term effective immediately and ending June 30th, 2025.
92, sir.
Senate nomination number 97, Russell James, Rusty Hanna, Louisville, Mississippi Appeals Board of the Mississippi Transportation Commission, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2027.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Both of these nominees appear before the committee. One was a reappointment, one was a new appointment. No negative information was reported on either candidate. The ethics reports are up to date on both of them, and they meet all of the qualifications. And so my motion is going to be that we do advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Motion to advise consent. Use of the morning roll call. Anyone objects to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, they pass. Are we ready for Senator Boyd? Okay, we're going to pause here for recognition, recognizing Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I would ask for unanimous consent for the national champion Ole Miss baseball team and Coach Mike Bianco, please.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the team to the Senate floor.
Mr. President?
Please proceed, Senator Boyd.
Thank you. We all heard the cry, "Don't let the rebels get hot." We like it. We love to see it on T-shirts and hats, but we like it so much because what it really means is don't ever give up. You overcame, you leaned on one another, and you delivered excellence. You delivered a national championship, and you never gave up. You are a great shining example to anyone out there who's struggling, but continues to pursue excellence. Come to think of it, you're an example to us right now, because we often feel like we're struggling, but we still need to pursue excellence. And every now and then, when we're all working together to pursue that, we might achieve it. And you are the example of that. We want to thank you for the amazing ride that you took us on last year. And we want to thank all of the players, the coaches, the staff, and the fans. You made our university and our state so very proud. So now we're going to ask you, we want you to go get hot again. Mr. President, I ask that the resolutions be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Concurrent resolution number 520, a concurrent resolution celebrating and congratulating the University of Mississippi Ole Miss Rebels baseball team and head coach Mike Bianco, including the athletes, coaching staff, administration, faculty, students, and alumni for winning the 2022 National Collegiate Athletic Association Division I Baseball Championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby celebrate and congratulate the University of Mississippi Ole Miss Rebels baseball team and head coach Mike Bianco, including the athletes, coaching staff, administration, faculty, students, and alumni for winning the 2022 National Collegiate Athletic Association Division I Baseball Championship. Be it further resolved that we do hereby recognize the University of Mississippi for its excellence as an institution of higher education. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the Chancellor of the University of Mississippi, Glenn F. Boyce, the Athletic Director of the University of Mississippi, Keith Carter, the head coach of the Ole Miss baseball team, Mike Bianco, the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I ask that Coach Bianco, two-time National Coach of the Year, be recognized for remarks.
Coach, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you, Senator Boyd, and Mr. President, it's an honor to be here on the floor of the Senate. As many of you know our story, what an amazing run last year, and to represent the great state of Mississippi. I know last year you had another baseball team here from Mississippi State, and another great baseball program in Southern Miss. And so, to represent this state, is quite an honor, especially in the sport of baseball that we're so good in our state. So to be here, we're fortunate that we have some of the players from last year's team. Our center fielder, TJ McCants. To his left, second baseman Peyton Chatinier. To his left, our shortstop, Jacob Gonzalez. To his left, Hunter Elliott, the starter of that national championship game. And directly behind me, outfielder Kemp Alderman. Again, you know our story. To not relive it too much, but I shared, just with the House just a few minutes ago, a lot of people, when you look at it, it seems like that Cinderella rags to riches story, and it really wasn't. It was a team that, was preseason ranked in the top 5, and just about every poll moved to number 1 about mid-season. We're ranked number 1 in the country for a couple weeks in a row. And that can happen in our sport and in all sports and in life in general, right? We had some adversity. We didn't, some bad things came our way. And the truth of the matter is we weren't at our best. We didn't play real well. But I think the story is really about, these guys standing behind me in that 2022 team, the leadership and really the belief in one another. The belief that, they could succeed, that they were good enough, that wasn't really their best self that was going on, and that they continue to believe, if they continue to believe in one another and continue to work hard. We've all heard those stories. We've read it. We've been told that by our parents and our loved ones, that continue to work hard and continue to believe, and good things will happen even when you hit adversity. And unfortunately, as you know, and as I know, a lot of people don't believe that anymore, and that's disappointing. These guys not only believed it, but they showed the rest of us that can happen. That if you continue to work hard, you continue to believe in one another, that good things can happen and you can find your way out of that hole. And so I'm so fortunate and blessed to be a part of that. As a coach, you get to live it through your players, and certainly to be along for that ride. It's quite an honor. Again, it's an honor to be here. Senator Boyd, Mr. President, we realize and understand what a busy week this is for you guys. I know you're about to pass that bill for Highway 7, that appropriation that I pull on to every single day. So again, not to get political, I'll let you get to that vote, but again, it's an honor to be with you here today. Thank you so much.
Y'all get where you can all be seen in the picture.
Good.
Thank you, Coach. We're working on Highway 7, I promise. Congratulations, national champions. All right, Senator Blackwell, you recognize Senator Simmons first.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but certainly not least, with the OWN network in the West Gallery, if we could have Ms. Sophia Williams to stand and the Senate, please make her feel welcome.
Hey, Bill. How are you? All right. I'd like to recognize Bill Jacobs, member of the Board of Education, Brookhaven, Mississippi, former newspaper man, who's here joining us today, watching all of this. Thank you very much, Bill, for having us. All right, Senator England. Oh, sorry, Senator Barrett.
I was going to introduce Mr. Jacobs, Mr.
Well,
President.
you go ahead then. he's your folks.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will, Mr. Jacobs, if you'll stand up, this is one of our newest members of the Board of Education. He's a man of Brookhaven. He has been with the newspaper forever, and glad to have you here, Mr. Jacobs. Please help him, make him feel warm and welcome.
Okay, anyone else? If not, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to suspend the rules to go to item number 77 on today's calendar.
Senator Blackwell asks that we suspend the rules, go to item 77, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 77, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2613, non-emergency transportation providers, extend date by which providers may provide service without a permit.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. That's not required.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recommit this bill. We still have a little bit of work to do on it, so my motion is to recommit on the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves to recommit. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. All right, item 33.
You're right.
32.
33.
No, 32 or
32. 33, okay.
I'd like to go to
Senator Carter.
I'd like to go to item 33 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 698, municipal water, wastewater, and sewer service require equity-based, billing-based use of.
Senator Carter.
I move we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Okay, this is the water bill that we've been working on all session long, and I'll just briefly go over it one good time. Basically, you have to bill off of actual usage. There's only three ways you can bill for water in the state of Mississippi. You have actual usage, which would be metered usage. If there's something wrong with the meter is malfunctioning, you can have an estimated bill not to exceed 6 months. Then go over the previous bills and do an estimated bill that way. And then populations exceeding 1,000 people, they establish a flat rate, which can't discriminate among classification of users. So whatever that flat rate is that the municipality determines, it doesn't matter what size house you live in, the rate is the rate. So if they determine it to be $50 and everybody pays $50 that does not have a meter and cannot be billed based off of actual usage. None of the billing can be based off of the assessment of value of property. It is specifically prohibited in this conference report. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the conference report on morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blackman, no. Senator Turner Ford, no. Senator Frazier, no. Senator Butler, Kelvin Butler, no. Anyone else? Senator Albert Butler, no. Senator Jackson, no. Senator Thomas, no. Senator Farida Simmons, and Senator David Jordan. Anyone else wish to vote no or present? Anyone wish to vote present? Please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that the team is far enough away where they can't hear this, their tag bill will not take effect. So I'm going to have to ask for unanimous consent in House Bill 1136 to add an effective date. It's just following line 2152, adding that this act will take effect and be enforced after July 1, 2023.
Okay. Everyone understand the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
And
did you suspend the rules to do that first, I think? Did we suspend the rules? Don't we have to suspend the rules to go back to do that? We don't? Okay, thank you.
And then I also ask for unanimous consent to amend House Bill 535 by deleting the repealer that was left on the House conference report.
On the House Bill 535.
Amending line 999 by deleting the sentence "and shall stand repealed on June 30th, 2023. Ask for unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing you object? A question? Okay. Senator Hill, you have a question? Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Would the Senate rules allow for an addition of especially tag for the judiciary under rule suspension?
We'll have to get with council on that. This is the local option bill, but we'll talk to council sidebar after. Thank you. But if there are no questions, I ask for unanimous consent to remove the repeal date.
Okay, seeing no objections, unanimous consent is granted. Okay, we go to item 34. Senator Chazanol. Item 34, Senator Chazanol. You want to pass and retain that item? Okay, we'll pass and retain item 34. And go to item 35. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 35, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 769, Harvey Mills Wildlife Management Area, Tuscumbia, designate Tuscumbia Wildlife Management Area as.
I'd like to adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Conference report is very simple on this. It renames the former Tuscumbia Wildlife Management Area in Alcorn County to the Harvey Moss Wildlife Management Area. And in section 2, it renames the former Caney Creek Wildlife Management Area in Smith and Scott counties to the Representative Richard Livingston and Dale Wyndham Wildlife Management Area at Caney Creek. And that's an explanation, and I'll yield any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion.
Adoption by the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt by the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please. Present, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon, did you wish to be recognized?
Mr. President, earlier I tried to announce a pair on item 33 on today's vote.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, I wasn't recognized. Thank you.
Did not see it. Okay, item 36.
I got to suspend the rules.
You want to suspend the rules, Senator Harkins? Okay,
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President.
Harkins.
I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 1 on today's calendar, Senate nomination number 86.
Suspend the rules, go back to item number 1. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to go to item 1, Senate nomination number 86, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 86, Harry Moore, Harry Walker, Jackson, Mississippi, Mississippi Home Corporation as Representative, 1st Supreme Court District, 6-year term effective June 27, 2022, and ending April 23, 2028.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Walker appeared before the committee. It's a reappointment. He served on this board for an extended period of time. It's a reappointment. He does meet all the qualifications, and there was no derogatory information in his report. The only item was an oath that had not been filed with Secretary of State, and he has done that. So my motion is we do advise the consent on Senate nomination number 86, Mr. Walker, for the Mississippi Home Corporation.
Motion is to advise and consent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Do advise and consent's been granted. Now I think we go to, item 36, Senator Parks. Senator Parks, we'll pass and retain that item. Go to item 37, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's get item 37 called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 795, shoplifting, required to calculate total price of all shoplifting items for fine.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Hill to explain.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. The first change that was in the law is on lines 42, where it says a person convicted of shoplifting merchandise for which the total price of all items shoplifted in violation of this act, so that they wanted to make sure that on one shoplifting offense that they could all be added up. And then the second change, on the second offense of shoplifting conviction, the defendant shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and fined not more than, and they raised the fine, the potential fine, up to $2,500 from $1,000, and that still gives discretion to the judge to fine them whatever they want. But the other change is on a second offense, they would be in the county jail for not less than 48 hours, and that was a major change that we agreed on because there's so many or second offense shoplifting, because many times they don't get up to that felony level. So that was the only change on the second offense, raising the potential fine and the 48 hours in the county jail. Upon a third and subsequent shoplifting offense on line 70, just changes it from value to total price of all shoplifted merchandise. If it's greater than $500, it's a felony. That's still current law, but we did raise the potential fine from $1,000 up to $3,000. We did not change the time of incarceration. We just allowed the judge to charge a higher fine if he chose to do so. And then on the third offense, which is a felony offense, we just went in and put, instead of stated price, total price of all items shoplifted instead of merchant stated price. And then down on lines 89 and 90, we did the same thing. It just says, for the purposes of subsection 7, which is the felony section, prosecutor may aggregate the total price of merchandise shoplifted from the same or separate mercantile establishments within the same legal jurisdiction over a period of 30 days. And that's, the 30 days is current law. We just said that they could aggregate it from one or more merchants. And that's basically what it does.
All right, go to questions. Senator Derek Simmons, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Simmons?
Yes.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator, so in this conference report, you say we didn't change any of the penalties, but in each section of the current law regarding shoplifting, the penalties could be fine and or imprisonment. Do you agree with that?
I agree. I said we did change the fines on all three sections. We allowed the fines to be higher on all three sections. The only thing that we changed on the imprisonment was on the second offense, was up to 48 hours minimum on a second offense.
And that's 48 hours minimum that a person who commits a second shoplifting will have to serve in jail, correct?
That's correct.
And I know we have had discussions about this before. Are you aware that a lot of offenders who are charged or accused of shoplifting, they have other underlying issues like drug addictions and things like that. Are you aware of this in the Hill?
There could be any number of things, but what we're trying to get at is these merchants that are continually hit with these people shoplifting.
And I understand your response dealt primarily to what you're trying to get at regarding the merchants. My question, however, deals with the actual people who are accused of these offenses. There's nothing in here that would allow them to get the help they need, especially if they're suffering from some underlying condition other than just the acquisition of the shoplifting itself.
No, that's not true, because we have community-based mental health services, regions all over the state that help indigent people all the time with substance abuse or with mental health needs in the crisis stabilization units or in the group homes with medication. I've actually had a friend that's had to go through this because they didn't have any insurance, so I'm very familiar with the resources out there. So there are definitely resources.
And all of those alternatives to incarceration that you mentioned is not written in the conference report before us, is it?
No, sir, this has nothing to do with the Department of Mental Health.
So in the event that a person is charged with a second offense, and correct me if I'm wrong, before we can even get to addressing all of those other alternatives to sentencing that you just mentioned, that person will have to serve, because the language is shall, serve 48 hours in jail before we can do anything else to help them, right?
You can do something to concurrently help them if they choose to do, but yes, they will be required to serve 48 hours.
And my last question, are we changing the time frame from which a person, if he or she commits a third offense shoplifting, for that to be considered a felony? Are we changing that?
No.
But we are, if a person commits a third offense shoplifting, we are increasing the fine.
Increasing the fine.
And we are going from what to what in that third offense?
On the third offense, from 1,000 up to a potential 3,000.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
At the proper time. We have Senator Sparks for a question.
Yes, question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
Yes.
Sparks. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to make sure we're clear, because there was a lot of conversation about being charged. No one would serve any time unless they were actually convicted.
Of course.
All right. And in this particular case, had someone been convicted of a second offense shoplifting, current law says the judge could give them up to 6 months already, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't raise the maximum sentence.
No.
You only are asking that if someone had a second actual conviction, which in court means you got to show proof through a court abstract of the first conviction. But if they are convicted of a second offense, that is a minimum, they would spend 48 hours in jail, because they have maybe not hit the same merchant twice, but they have hit two merchants.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingame, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield Senator Fillingame for a question?
Yes.
Senator Fillingame.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Isn't it true that if you're going to commit someone either for treatment for drug abuse or alcohol abuse or even for mental illness, that there's a period where the judges appoint a couple of doctors and physicians to come and visit that person and have to interview that person and test that person? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And doesn't that typically happen in a holding facility?
Typically, in many counties, it does.
So if we were amenable to wanting to give these persons the assistance they so desperately need, wouldn't it be true that they would have to be held in a place so that the physicians who are interviewing them could conduct those analyses?
That's true. That's why I made the comment that they could be helped concurrently. If you remember, I used that word concurrently when I was being questioned.
Absolutely. Thank you for your work on this. I appreciate it.
Okay, Senator Angela Turner, forward.
I have a question.
You have a question. You yield for a
Yes.
question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. What type of conduct are we trying to punish under subsection 9? Because as I understand it, once you get to the third offense, there have been 2 prior convictions, but the subsection 9 refers to...
Subsection 9 refers to subsection 7, which is the, if it's greater than $1,000, no matter if it's your first, second, or third offense, it's a felony. And so subsection 9 says, in determining the gravity of the offense, on subsection 7, the prosecutor may aggregate the total price of merchandise shoplifted from the same or separate merchants' establishments within the same legal jurisdiction over a period of 30 days. All we changed on that was it said, we changed it to from 3 or more to the same or separate. So it's really almost same as it was in current law.
I guess my question is, are we referring to conduct that would be, I guess, maybe 4th, 5th, 6th acts of shoplifting?
That's current law. The changes didn't speak to that. All we did was make sure that where it did say 3 or more merchants, we just said the same or separate, because it might be, it might be one merchant that they spend, that they get $1,000 from, or it could be separate. It could be 2. So instead of being 1 or 2, we just said the same or separate.
But I guess my question is, aren't those separate criminal offenses if they are occurring in multiple locations?
That was already in current law.
I understand your response, but I guess I'm trying to figure out, why are we allowing all of these different, if items have been taken from multiple locations, what's the purpose of aggregating?
That's just another word for adding it up.
Well, I know what it means, but I don't understand what we're attempting to punish.
Shoplifting from more than one place, or shoplifting from the same place. Adding the totals up regardless of where you're stealing it, as long as it's in the same legal jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Branning for a question.
I have an introduction out of order, please.
You're recognized.
I'd like to draw your attention to the South Gallery. We have a wonderful group of students from Tucker Elementary School. If you will all stand, and their instructor Pam Breland is with them today. Please help me make them welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, Senator Hickman for a question.
Yes, question, Mr. President.
You're recognized for a question. Or do you yield to
Yes,
Senator Hickman?
I yield.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for yielding, Senator Hill. Just a couple of questions. What we've done here is, in essence, have we increased the penalties as it relates to shoplifting?
We've increased the potential fine that a judge could sentence, and we've increased the penalties for second offense that would be a minimum of 48 hours incarceration.
And with this increased incarceration and the increase in penalty, do we know what kind of cost the counties or the state is going to incur by this increase in penalties? And have we thought about what that does to county budgets and to the overall state budget as it relates to incarcerating these individuals?
I think that what I'm hearing from the counties is they want their businesses to stay in those areas, and they want to punish shoplifting. They don't want them to wind up moving out like Walmart and Cracker Barrel and all those did out of Portland, Oregon, because people are going in and stealing multiple times in the same jurisdictions.
Okay, I totally understand that, and we want to support our business. But my question was, did you guys who crafted this give any thought, or do you have any numbers at what this is going to cost our counties to house these individuals, or even how many people this may affect? How many more people are going to be incarcerated? Do we have any numbers or data as it relates to those things?
I think the counties are willing to take this on. I've not had one complaint from one sheriff or one board of supervisors about this. The only thing that I've heard from the DAs and the law enforcement and the counties is that they want to be able to keep their merchants happy and not have the businesses leave out of their jurisdictions.
Oh, I totally agree. And again, I thank you for working on this and doing whatever if the county supported. But my question is, did we have it? We don't have any data how many people this affected.
I don't have a spread out in front of me to tell me how many people are arrested for shoplifting in each county or each city, but we know what it costs, about what, $30 a day for a county jail?
So we don't know how big of a problem this is because we don't even know how many people this is going to affect.
We do know how big a problem it is because we all are getting the calls.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, motion?
I think we had somebody wanted to speak on the bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's true. Thank you. And I had that written down, Senator Simmons. Come on up. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, very briefly, when I went to law school, I remember my law school professor saying the study of law is different than the practice of law. And I really didn't grasp that until I started practicing law. And so, of course, all the bills that we take up in this body, of course, we making changes to them or we amending statutes. And of course, this is one of those opportunities where we had an opportunity to do that in our shoplifting statutes. But how it applies is more of my concern. And I have businesses in my district, like each of you, that we want to do everything we can to protect. And I will contend that your justice court judges, along with your city prosecutors and your county prosecutors and your municipal court judges, they are looking at each case on a fact basis. And they were making the right decisions regarding those who were accused, and I agree with Senator Sparks, subsequently convicted of shoplifting. So I take the position there was no need really to change the statute. But the conference report before you, what it does, it makes it even more prohibitive for that individual who is convicted. A lot of these people that I've seen in the practice of law are those individuals in your various districts who are suffering from some mental disease or defect or possibly a drug addiction, which could be addressed with other alternatives to sentencing. And so in the bill before you, we making a change regarding fines that a justice court judge or municipal court judge could make. And a lot of times we know that is not getting to the heart of the problem. So you jail a person, then you also increase the fine that he or she has to pay. And a lot of times they are held in contempt of court because after serving whatever time they get, they inevitably do not pay those fines. And it's a repeated cycle. They come back and back and back to court because they still have this high fine hanging over their head when the only thing that they truly were suffering from was some mental disease or defect or some drug addiction. So I urge you to vote no on this conference report, and let's give these people the assistance that they truly need, and it's not in this conference report before you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? If not, you're recognized to close. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've all seen across the country what happens when there's little to no consequences for lawbreakers. I hear through this body many, many times the concerns that people have regarding the lawbreakers and the perpetrators. Our merchants, and not just our small merchants, our big merchants and our small merchants, are being bombarded with shoplifting. And this bill will help deter that from happening as much as it's happening now, because we have seen the evidence out there. If there's no jail time, it keeps happening. And so I would just urge you to support your local merchants and vote to pass this bill.
And the motion is?
Motion will be adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, Senator Hickman, Senator Blunt, Senator Bryan, Senator Albert Butler, Senator John Horn, Senator Juan Barnett, Senator Robert Jackson, Senator Solly Norwood, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator, hold on, Senator Joseph Thomas, Senator Kelvin Butler, Senator Hillman Frazier, Senator Blackman, Senator Sarita Simmons, who? Oh. Senator Turner Ford, Senator David Jordan. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Present.
Everyone's here.
With 16 noes, the bill has, or the conference report has passed, been adopted. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30.
Senator moves to stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Stand in recess.
Senate in session. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion that we stand in recess, subject to call the chair.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator Bryan.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to introduce a resolution out of order.
Please proceed. We stand in recess.
Where did you go to college?
I actually went to school in Kentucky, a place called Central College. You see a lady at the outfit up there, blonde hair. You take that to where it's already got Senator Horn. You get this to Miss McGee. Miss Megan McGee. Amaya. Before you think.
Senate come to order. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call the committee meeting of Rules Committee in the Pro Tem's office immediately upon recess.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whaley.
Move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Motion is stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in
If they would please stand and
I must have left it in my office.
13, page 14, page 9.
I'd like to call the Senate to session. Senator England, have you got your light on there, sir? Okay. I pass. Senator England passes. Senator Kirby? And then we'll get to you, Senator Carter. One moment. Senator Kirby? Yes, sir.
I got it. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I tell you, Senator Carter, you want to go first here while they're handing up. Are you ready, Senator? Ready. All right, Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and call up HCR 60. Ask the title be read.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. On the screen, sir. Can you read the title, Mr. Clerk?
House concurrent resolution number 60, legislature extend 2023 regular session, suspend deadlines for certain bills and set date of sine die adjournment.
Usual motion, Mr. President.
Not necessary. We're good.
Okay.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It's on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we're doing a proposed strike all, which I will call up and discuss. And I will need to adopt the strike all, but I'd like to explain before, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain, sir.
Well, first thing, if you'll notice, we're doing extending the session 30 days. Of course, you have to do it 30 days. You have to do it in 30-day increments. We can't do 1, 2, or 3 days. And of course, as all of you know, we have a 5-day rule on appropriation. So that's causing this. The 30-day extension goes to April the 4th. But that, no, I'm sorry, the sine die is April the 4th. And again, that doesn't mean we have to stay until that date. It just means it's here on paper. When we finish our business, we'll leave. What this really does is suspending the deadline on the general appropriation bills that were in conference yesterday. And we're adding 2 revenue bills to that. That we didn't finish that we need to be working on. Those 2 are House Bill 1734, which was a bond bill that Senator Harkins had that needs to stay alive. And then we had Senate Bill 2335, that's a bill dealing with workforce training, economic development, and that's dealing with the child care. We need to keep both those alive. If there are no questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the resolution? Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question.
Will you, Senator Kirby?
I yield.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kirby. I certainly understand that we need this to finish the budget.
That's correct.
What I don't understand is why we are exempting from any deadlines every single general bill that was in conference.
Well, of course, if you look at the original resolution, they had general bills included. And there may be some general bills, and we're trying not to invite conference on this, so we included that.
Well, there are also general bills that are in conference.
That were in conference. That's the only thing we're dealing with, are those that were in conference. We're not bringing back any of those that are not in conference.
My concern is that if there are general bills that are in conference,
yes, sir,
that need to die in conference, they are no longer subject to any deadlines under this resolution. Is that correct?
Well, of course, they're subject to deadlines just like the others. I don't know that it says a certain date. I'll have to ask the attorney as far as a date.
Doesn't Joint Rule 40 set the deadlines in the legislative?
Yeah, it does.
And so therefore, any bill, any general bill that is in conference is no longer subject to any deadlines as long as we're in session, if this resolution passes. Is that correct?
Ask the attorney that. I think you're correct, but I don't want to answer incorrectly. Okay. Sure. Any that's the 3/5 vote, we still have the 5-day rule. Is that what you're talking about?
No. And look, I understand the need for the revenue bills. I understand the need for the appropriations bills. My concern is general bills that are in conference under this resolution are no longer subject to deadlines for filing conference reports, deadlines for recommittal, all that stuff regarding general bills that are not necessary for us to sine die.
When is the deadline on general bills with this? I've been advised that you can pass them up to the end on general bills.
I'm sorry, Senator Kirby, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
You're correct on general bills up until we sign it on.
They are no longer subject to any deadlines under the calendar.
If they were in conference, that's correct.
Thank you.
Only appropriations on the 5-day rule.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Adoption, Mr. President, final passage. Well, we got to adopt the strike all.
Okay, Senator, motion on the strike all.
Strike all. Yes. Well, wait, no. Move for adoption of the strike all.
One moment, Senator.
Okay.
Senator Thomas, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment I'd like to introduce, please.
Please proceed. Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
Senator Kirby, you for a question?
I yield. Hope I can answer it, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, there's almost nothing I can imagine that would be worse than in any way slowing things down, except the thought that we might revive a bunch of conference reports which have mercifully passed on, and we might revive more than we need to. Listening to the debate, it sure seems to me the more prudent thing is to find out the conference reports we want to revive, list those general bill conference reports in the resolution, and be done with it. And since apparently the resolution's being amended, it's going to have to go back to the House anyway.
Yes.
So my question is, which eventually I will get to, would it be prudent at some point to lay this on the table subject to call so that whoever it is that needs to revive certain general bill conference reports can list those conference reports, lest we inadvertently revive stuff we don't want to revive?
Well, Senator, you're exactly right on part of that. What we did, of course, as you see, we listed the two that we want in here. I expect the House to invite conference and to list theirs as well. I think that's coming.
But as I understand it, if this bill leaves the Senate in the form that you are proposing to us, the bill that leaves the Senate will only revive two stated general bill conference reports.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Never mind.
No, not general bill. Those are appropriation bills. I'm sorry.
Well, are we in any?
1734 and the one for us is 2335.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're going to inadvertently revive bills, take them out from under the deadline or whatever, and that's my concern.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. Senator DeBar, for what purpose, sir?
Been a long session. Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a way we can have the pages hand out a copy of that resolution?
One moment, please.
It hasn't been on the screen, please.
The amendment's not there, sir. Just one second. The resolution.
We have the original resolution.
The original resolution, sir. Okay. One moment. We'll bring you a copy, sir.
Not just you, all of us.
will.
Mr. Clerk, would you cut on Senator Parker's, please? Senator Hobson?
Mr. President, I'd like to enter a motion to lay this matter on the table subject to call of the chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. President, I agree with Senator Hobson. I want to go ahead and say that.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Delano, for what purpose?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today our doctor of the day is Randy Patterson. She's a second-year student and the daughter of Representative Randall Patterson. She's from William Carey University. Make her feel welcome. Randy Patterson. Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the calendar. All right, we're on 38, Senator Carter, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I move to suspend the rules to go back to House Bill 698, item 33 from today's calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Municipal water, wastewater, and sewer services require equity-based billing based on use of.
I move to recommit for further conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, we're back on the calendar, 38. We go to you. Senator Barnett's up. Senator, we're on 38.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item number 38 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
It's at 38. House Bill number 799, Inmate Welfare Fund, increased portion of the fund that is utilized to fund inmates incentive to work program.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the committee report and allow to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a House bill, Inmate Welfare Fund bill, and basically it does two things. It will allow MDOC to use some of their monies from the Inmate Welfare Fund to help with mental health issues, and also it will allow MDOC to contract with their regional facilities up to an amount not to exceed $32.71. That's the base. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. President. If there's no questions, I move to adopt it by use of the morning roll call.
Questions, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Is this the second conference report or the first one?
No, this is the second conference report, and basically this
So it's apparently not listed on the computer.
okay, I'm sorry.
Let me go back and make sure. Oh, is it on there? Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, now we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopted by the comfort report by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Vote no. Present? Seeing none. Passes 39.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Barr? Senator Barr passes. Senator Fillingane? Senate, we're on 40.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 40, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
912, firearm suppressors, authorizing manufacture and possession in Mississippi and prohibiting enforcement of federal laws governing.
The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator McCon to explain.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The changes from our current language that was in there basically cleans up the Texas bill that was brought forward. The bill that was before us, that came before this body originally, I requested that there be some type of definition for basic materials. So you'll see that there is now a definition for basic materials, which is on line 56. Basic materials from which a firearm suppressor is manufactured in this state, including unmachined steel, is not a firearm suppressor subject to, I'm sorry, that's not actually where I was at. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Let me move back on up on that.
All right.
It's going to be actually on line 41. In this state, from basic materials shall include iron, steel, stainless steel, aluminum, titanium, or metal alloys, which are either machined out of solid ingots or stamped out of sheets. And that was the attempt there was to be sure that there was not some unintended consequence with some other aftermarket things that could be utilized as a suppressor. We definitely want these to actually be machined in the state. Additionally, you'll see in 63, we cleared up the language made in Mississippi, clearly stamped or etched on it. That was an attempt to be sure that it wasn't just a printed notation on the outside of that suppressor. And there were some parts removed out of this bill itself. The things that were removed, the original language had a demand that said that the Attorney General shall go file suit. Now, this was the original Texas language, and what that was directing the Attorney General to move forward and file suit. That suit is currently moving through the Texas courts, so that was not necessary in our bill, as the language is already out there. The bill is already, the case is already being moved through the courts there. So that was taken out. And then if you move to the back of this, you will see that the language at the very end originally said and named a case in particular. There was some additional language added in there that says that it names the case, which was Paxton et al. Versus Richardson. But we added the language, or after 10 days following the date of publication by the Attorney General in the administrative bulletin published by the Secretary of State, provided in the law that the Attorney General of Mississippi has determined the U.S. Supreme Court has rendered binding precedent that it is reasonably probable that this act would be upheld by the court as constitutional. And what that does, that says that that one case isn't the only case that could trigger this bill. Now remember, this bill does not trigger until such time as the Supreme Court actually renders their ruling. And this says that if there's another case that comes through that is taken up on cert, that could actually trigger this law to go into effect. Now remember, this is the suppressor bill that says that if they're made here in Mississippi from those basic materials, that they would be legal here in Mississippi. So, Mr. President, I would entertain questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
If not, we would move for adoption based upon the morning roll call.
Adoption based upon the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? The court is voting no. Blunt. Hickman. Bryan. Turner Ford. Butler. Norwood. Frazier. Thomas. Simmons. Jackson. Jordan. Simmons. Anyone else? Blackman? No. All no. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 41, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 923, Bob Tyler Fish Hatchery, designate the fish hatchery located in North Mississippi as.
Move to adopt the committee sub and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the
conference report.
Conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically what we did, we removed the reverse repealer, just stating that the North Mississippi Fish Hatchery would be renamed to the Bob Tyler Fish Hatchery. Now I yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill?
Ask for adoption by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object to procedure? Chris Gore is voting no. Present. Hill, present. McCon, present. Anyone else? Seeing none, passes. Fillingham. 42, Senate.
I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 995, rape provides elements for the crime of and removes spousal exception.
The motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report. I'm happy to explain the differences.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is our updating of the rape statute. We had this earlier, and really the only difference is that we changed, obviously, the current definition, as you'll recall, is every person who should be convicted of an assault with intent to forcibly ravish any female of previous chaste character shall be punished by imprisonment of the penitentiary for life or for a shorter period of time should the jury or judge fix that. So we changed that obviously very outdated definition, and so the new definition under this report would be every person who shall be convicted of an assault with intent with an intent of forcible sexual penetration of any person shall be punished then by the same definition for life or for shorter time if the jury or the judge fixes that. So we basically updated that statute because previously it had to be a female and it had to prove like her previous chaste character essentially, and that obviously is very outdated language and offensive, I guess, to many folks, as it should be these days. So this is the bill, the report that just brings that up to date, and that's essentially what the bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hickman.
Question, Mr. President.
You for questions,
Yes.
Senator Fillingham? You're recognized, Senator Hickman.
Just one question. I think I see it here on the screen, but what did we do? Did we just leave the language any persons, or did we take out that specifically, the language that specifically was like spouse?
Yes.
Just left any person, so we took
did
out that.
person, so,
Okay.
because,
It made spouse included with any person
Right.
rather than specifically singling out the spouse.
Exactly, and there was a previous version that said him or her, and then you get into, are we married, are we not married, is it just a couple, is it, same sex, different sex, all those different things. So you remove all that ambiguity simply by using the word person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One further question. We didn't change the penalties and all, we just changed definitions and
Yeah,
language.
that's a great question, because one of the previous versions of this, I think unbeknownst to all of us, when we were looking at it, actually would have reduced the penalty, because rape hasn't really been used based on that definition for a really long time. Prosecutors are typically using the sexual battery definition, which is up to 30 years. So if we had moved it to sync up with sexual battery, it actually would have been a reduction in the potential sentence down to the 30 years. This says for life or lesser if the jury that's hearing it in the penalty phase, or the judge, if it's just a judge trial, could sentence.
But it didn't change what would be current law if
No, sir.
prosecutors use.
That's
the
right. We were
statute.
trying to maintain the current. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Other questions?
No other questions. I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator Fillingham. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 43, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1020, Capitol Complex Improvement District Courts authorized.
My motion is that we do recommit for further conference. And
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Whoa. I'm sorry, Senator Blunt. For what purpose, sir?
Question?
All right, before we recommit, Senator Wiggins, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Blunt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is to recommit, send us back for further conference?
Yes, to make some technical changes that need to be done. It's been agreed to by the House and it's been recommitted.
Okay. So where's the conference committee meeting going to be held? When and where?
I don't
60
know.
y'all
I
gonna
don't
sit
know
on?
at this stage.
Well, I know Joint Rule 23A provides that that meeting be public, and I'm trying to determine for the members of the public who are interested where they can go and observe the.
Well, it's a
conference.
It's a House bill, Senator Blunt, and you can ask, usually that defaults to the House to make that public, so you can talk to them. But please know that you've been involved from day one. I've kept you involved of what's going on, and you know what's in this. And in fact, I'd let you know what was filed last night.
You did, and I appreciate that, and I'm up to speed on everything that's in it, and I now understand that it might be subject to change, and I'm just trying to stay on top of things.
And I appreciate your diligence, and the changes, as I referenced to somebody, is we are trying to finalize the language to address the Capitol Police and JPD language that has been that's already in the report. It just needs some tweaking to get that done per our public safety commissioner.
Okay.
That's number one. And number two was to just fix the typos and things like that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I
Thank you.
appreciate your call last evening.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Doesn't our rules call for that if the bill is recommitted, that it cannot be brought back up today? Have to lay over and be voted on, or be brought up tomorrow?
He's right.
No. No, just want to make sure. We hang it, yeah. That's fine. What is it? We're just a small talk. We were talking about nobody. That's ugly. I'll be some other talk in just a second. There might be some ugly problems. Yeah. So we'll be cool on that.
Senator Norwood, you're correct. If it's recommitted, refile, or lay over till tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins,
My motion is that we do recommit.
all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Wiggins. Thank you. On 44,
Go to item 44, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1111, County Court Jurisdiction for Termination of Parental Right, authorized for both involuntary and voluntary termination.
My motion will be that we do adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. The only difference in the conference report is that we took out the Senate amendment, and I appreciate the body doing it, what we had put in there. This is the bill that had the statewide county court system in it, which I know a number of you received calls on. And as I stated then, and what is apparent from that is that when we engage in judicial redistricting next year, that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. CPS and others have said this will also aid us in our handling of our cases. Also, you talk to judges throughout, you talk to different ones, and the county court system is a very good system. Unfortunately, there are people who come out and argue against it because they think they're going to lose a job or something like that. But also what's in the bill that was there was that how it was grouped, and that bill goes back to some of the things that came from the Supreme Court. So we're going to look at all those under that, and so that bill has been taken out of this, and so it leaves what we have is the original House bill, which is jurisdiction of TPR cases for both voluntary and involuntary in the county court, sitting as a youth court. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator?
My motion is we do adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure of morning roll call? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion at this time would be that we take up items 45, 46, 49, and 50 in block and ask that those titles be read.
45, 46, 49, and 50 in block. Anyone wish to pull one of the in block? Motion is to take them in block. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 1149, Path to Permanency, Provide for Children and Child Protection Services. House Bill number 1216, Circuit Judges and Chancellors, Increase Office Operating Expense Allowance and Support Staff Funding. House Bill number 1318, Baby Drop-Off and Safe Haven, Revised Provisions to Regulate. House Bill number 1342, Adoption Procedures Regulate by creating a licensure authority.
Mr. President, my motion is that we recommit these. There are some technical changes in some of them. There were also some additional things that we needed to address based on how some other conference reports were resolved. And so my motion is that we recommit those for further discussion.
Questions? Seeing none. Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Thank you. 51, Senator Barr. Senator Barr. 47, 48 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Tate, did you want to take up? I'm sorry, we'll go back. We're on 47 again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 47, House Bill 1310, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1310, Elections, Revised Provisions Related to the Integrity of.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report, and I'd like to explain there were only two changes. In Section 1, instead of the audit being, instead of the Secretary of State doing election audits for 2023 and 2024, it'll just be over the course of 4 years instead of 2. It'll still be, each county will only be audited one time. And then in Section 5, there was concerns in here about the time period of someone not voting before they were sent a card. It's been extended. Before it was 2 general federal elections. Now it states that it'll be 2 presidential election cycles, that if someone does not vote, they'll be sent a card. That's an explanation of the conference report. My motion is we adopt the conference report.
Questions? Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, you said that how many, you said 2 presidential cycles?
Yes, sir. So it'd be both the primary and the general election.
All right, what was it before?
Before, it was just 2 general federal elections. So you could have a midterm and then a presidential. Now it's going to be presidential, the midterm, the city elections, our state elections, and then another presidential.
So how many more years that give you?
2 more years.
2 more years. So it went from what, 6 to 8 years?
Right. It actually, the way that it's going to line up, it'd be 11 years.
11 years?
11 years from time of not voting to being purged, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Butler. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
My motion is we adopt the conference report. Morning roll call? By use of the morning roll call.
By use of the morning roll call, does anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Hickman, Blunt, Bryan, Turner Ford, Butler, Horn, Barnett, Norwood, Butler, Frazier, Thomas, Simmons, Jackson, Blackman, Jordan, Simmons. Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We go to 48. Senator Fillingham? Pass. Okay, back to 51. DeBar? Senator DeBar? Pass. We move to 53. Senator Polk?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 53 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2053, Deficit Prevention Act, requires state agencies to notify certain officials when likelihood of a deficit exists.
My motion will be that we accept the conference report and like to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that will require a state agency to notify LBO when they look like they are going to go into a deficit position for the fiscal year. All that we did here was remove the reverse repealer. So I'd like to, if there are no questions, ask that we have adopt the conference report use of today's roll call.
Senator, are there any questions? Senator Wiggins, for a question?
Yes.
You yield Senator Wiggins.
I do.
Senator Wiggins.
Chairman Polk, we had an issue this year in corrections where they entered into an emergency contract in November, December after LBO, which then, and created a huge deficit appropriation that we had to do. I think they were actually already in a deficit. Is this bill cover something like that, or will this require them to inform us of something like that?
This bill says that within 15 days that an agency sees that they're going to go into a deficit position, they must let LBO know, and LBO starts working with them to reduce that deficit or eliminate it.
So in this case, it was an emergency contract. So if they decide to do that, then they're going to be required, and it would place them in a deficit position, then they would have to let LBO know.
As also, I believe the bill says the appropriations chair of both houses.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Norwood for a question.
I do.
Senator
Thank
Norwood.
you. Thanks, Senator Pope. Senator Pope, this will go into effect July 1.
Yes.
And so when we come back in January, we will potentially get some type of report, or are we, because they may have with projections, or are we going to wait until the end of the fiscal year, and which will subsequently be the next over to the next budget cycle?
We as legislators will be notified and give a report at the end of the fiscal year. The appropriations chairs of both houses would be notified immediately.
So
that when they go into deficit, hopefully, if 6 months, an agency will not have gone into a deficit position by the time we come in January.
But so it's based on the actual, not based on forecast.
Correct. Well, it's a forecast that they're going to go into it, but they have to let us know within 15 days of that happening.
Thanks, Senator Pope. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Sparks for a question?
I do.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we talk about a deficit, we don't line item many departments, although that's how we come up with the aggregate amount of money we budget them each year. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. So if an agency or a department has extreme costs, Senator Wiggins mentioned in one case, Department of Corrections medical costs, do they have the authority to shuffle money within the department, or should they report when they see that they're going to have a major deficit in a particular area? Does this bill address that in any way?
This only says if they see themselves go into a deficit position. The definition of deficit position would be if they are allowed to shuffle monies, if they can do it and still maintain it. But if that's shuffling and they still see that there's a deficit, they better let somebody know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator, for motion.
Adopt the conference report by use of today's roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll calls. Anyone object to this? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator?
I'd like to call up item 54 as the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2054, appointing state officers, provide for the removal of for certain forms of willful neglect.
Senator Pope.
Mr. President, I'd like for you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this is the same bill that we passed over here. We removed the reverse repealer, and the House added a little provision that would allow for an appropriate excuse to serve if somebody missed too many meetings. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Turner Ford, have a question?
Yes.
Do you yield, Senator Turner Ford?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I just didn't hear the last part of what you said. What did the House add?
They added a provision that says unless circumstances exist that justifies the absence. So they're basically letting the office holder, they have to miss several meetings. Was it a good excuse or was it not?
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing no further questions.
Move for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item number 55. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass item 55, it remain on the calendar, and we go to item 56, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title, item 56.
Senate Bill number 2082, Child Support Administratively suspend obligations for incarcerated individuals.
My motion will be that we do that we do adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. What we did was we took out the reverse repealer, and then this is the bill that was requested by DHS to aid in the collection of child support. And the language you have before you is the language, the simple language that's there, and the governor's office, we worked with them to get it the right language. This will allow the state and DHS to draw down, I think, approximately $40 million to aid in the child support and what they're doing. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions. And Senator, you move for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call?
I do.
Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 57, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2101, Criminal Law, revised crimes of fleeing a law enforcement officer, resisting arrest, and carjacking.
So the motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain it to you.
Please explain.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. So Section 1 of the bill, this deals with the fleeing of law enforcement with the reckless or willful disregard for the safety of persons or property, and it increases the maximum from currently 5 years to 10 years. the current fine stays the same, not to exceed $5,000. The second part, fleeing law enforcement in a motor vehicle resulting in bodily harm, would increase the minimum sentence from 3 years to 5 years. And then fleeing law enforcement in a motor vehicle resulting in death of a person increases the minimum sentence from 5 years to 7 years. Now, in the Senate version, those were a little bit higher, but obviously in negotiations with the House, we had to meet in the middle, so that's the difference from the previous bill to the conference report. In the carjacking section, which is, I think, the second section of the conference report, it includes the minimum sentence from carjacking to not less than 5 years and the maximum as 15 years. And then it includes a minimum sentence for armed carjacking. So carjacking is just, taking someone's car by force, but armed carjacking is taking it by force with the use of a weapon. So the armed carjacking is a minimum of not less than 10 years and a maximum of 30 years. The conference report does remove the day-to-day language that was previously in the Senate bill, but it does include provisions which states the term imposed by the court cannot be suspended or shall the defendant be eligible for electronic monitoring, house arrest, or intensive supervision. So that there will be actual jail time spent. So that is the conference report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield,
Yes,
Senator?
sir.
Senator Hickman.
Mr. Chairman, I think we had a rather long discourse on this bill when it first came across here, and so I won't go through that again, but I wanted to say the background of all of that from my side, which you would probably not agree with, is that increasing penalties is not making us any safer. So my question deals with the fact that according to MDOC records, we incarcerate about 300 people a year are admitted for fleeing and crimes that would be included in here. Okay. According to PEER, that's about $50 a day for a prisoner. And if we're increasing these penalties, with the math and with formulas, roughly we're looking at somewhere around $5 million increase over the next year or so and $60 million over the next decade. And my question, as has been throughout this session, how do we continue to afford a MDOC budget such as that continues to grow? Again, they continue to have deficit requests. Have we thought about those things when we're talking about this as fiscal conservatives? Again, I think this is the only budget that we say money grow on trees. When it comes to education, we curtail them. When it comes to every other budget, we nickel and dime. But our MDOC budget somehow magically seems to grow on trees. Have we thought about the cost to the state when we're increasing these penalties?
Well, I think of the cost of not doing this. So under that logic, if by costing us money, we shouldn't incarcerate people when they commit crimes, we should just close the prisons, shut down the jails, and just let all the criminals roam free. And that would be, I guess, a lot cheaper on the state budget. I'm not so sure that our constituents would appreciate us doing that when they have criminals roaming up and down the streets.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I don't think you're going to answer my question, but I want to say you totally misrepresent me. I don't think that we should stop incarcerating people or locking them up. What I'm saying is that increasing minimum penalties does not make us safer, and it does not decrease crime, but yet it does maximize our budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question.
All right. Senator Hobson. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Sparks.
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure we're clear. This bill is for carjacking.
Yes.
This is not somebody stole my car out of the parking lot, stole it from in front of my house. This is a car that was stolen from a human being inside that car.
Right.
And if I have a weapon, that's armed carjacking.
Correct.
Those are the only crimes that have mandatory minimums placed in here.
That is correct.
And while I may not have data, I can assure you with the number of people we're not paroling, costs don't seem to be a factor for nonviolent crimes.
Right.
But for these crimes of violence, with your car being an extension of your home recognized by the Supreme Court, and most of us recognizing if our children are in that car, somebody's in a car seat, that carjacking is one of the most egregious crimes that can happen. that can lead to violence. Is that the basis for why we're looking at these two specific crimes with mandatory minimums?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question.
Senator Derek Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for
Yes, sir.
yielding. On line 75, less than 10 years, what was the existing law before this conference report?
75. I don't think there was, I don't think there was one on that one.
So armed carjacking before the proposal before us had a no minimum, but then it still had a max of 30 years. Is that correct?
Right.
And so
We're simply placing a minimum on that one of not less than 10 years, and the maximum stays the same, but that was current language of 30 years.
And when we first considered this bill in the Senate, we did have some mandatory minimum language that says you must or you shall serve 5 years and that time shall not be suspended or reduced. That language is no longer in the conference report.
That is correct.
So if you could tell me, Mr. Chairman, what's the effect of the minimum that was set for armed carjacking on line 75 at 10 years and the language on lines 84 through 87?
So what we're trying to get to on lines 84 through 87 is that in some instances, these sentences have been imposed and then completely suspended. So what we're saying there is that you cannot simply suspend, you can't award like a 10-year sentence and then suspend all 10 years. But we did remove, you're correct, there had previously been in the Senate version a day for day essentially, that you would serve and it would be day for day. Our House counterparts obviously had a different viewpoint on that, and so they negotiated that piece of it away. So essentially what you'll have is for violent crimes, there's a 50% requirement, and for nonviolent crimes, there's currently a 25% requirement. So there will be time served under this new legislation if it becomes law. It won't be day for day, unfortunately, but it certainly will be more than nothing.
And also the last two lines, 86 and 87, the intent of the language there is to make sure those who are convicted and sentenced of armed carjacking should not receive house arrest or some electronic monitoring.
That's correct. So there will be jail time served. And I'm told by Senator Sparks it's 60% on the armed carjacking, not 50. So I stand corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. A motion, Senator.
We would move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves to adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Hickman, Senator Horn, Senator Jordan. Any others? Senator Turner Ford. Senator Blackman. Senator Sarita Simmons. Any others? Anyone present? Butler, no. Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. We'll go to item number 58. Senator Delano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have Senate Bill, Senate Bill 2140, the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2140, National Security on State Devices and Networks Act create.
Senator Delano.
Motion would be to adopt the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, all the conference report did was just change a may to shall. So we're requiring the Department of ITS to restrict download and use of prohibitive technologies on state devices and state networks. And then also the Department of ITS shall maintain and timely update with publicly available list of prohibited technologies on its website. And that is an explanation of the conference report for that particular part of the bill. There was also a minor change that ITS or that IHL asked for to allow for a change where government or where state devices can be reimbursed for international travel when they travel out. And there's no state funds that are available for that. It just allows them to use federal funds for reimbursement when necessary. And that's an explanation of the report.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, motion, Senator.
The motion be to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves to adopt the conference report by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator. Go to item number 59. 59, Senator Bryan. 59, pass and retain. Item number 60, Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item number 60 called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2239, state law enforcement officers authorize use of uniforms, weapons, and vehicles off-duty while performing security services.
The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and I ask that you recognize Senator Barnett to explain the bill.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we did in this conference report is that you know that before the conference report, this bill had language in it that would allow the DPS, Mississippi Fisheries and Wildlife, and also in the, those people who are employed by MDOC to have the opportunity to do security work as well, use uniforms and or vehicles while they're doing that. But the conference report, we narrowed that to only those individuals who work for Department of Public Safety. And in previous language, it had that the colonel will be the approving person for this, but we've since changed that to the commissioner will be the person who authorizes or approves the places that these individuals can go and work. And I do know that there was some that had some concern about Highway Patrol being able to use the vehicles and or their uniforms. Yeah. But I think that all of us can identify some of the places in and around the state, especially here in Jackson, where we pull up and there is someone with the Hinds County Sheriff Department who is providing security for that business, and we feel safe going in and coming out. And this just gives the public or the general population another level of feeling like they're protected while they're out shopping or whatever. And so that's the explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'm open to any questions. If there's no questions, then I ask that we adopt this based on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? I do have a question. Senator Tate, do you have a question? Senator Tate? Senator Tate must not have a question. So, accidentally punched the button there, Senator. So, since there are no further questions, Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all presently. Senator Polk, no.
Seymour.
Senator Seymour, no. Anyone else? Present. No one present. Okay, please record all others present by use of morning roll call. As voting aye, the conference report is passed. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item 61 called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2297 for English Laboratory require approval of model of intoxilizer equipment that is readily available to law enforcement agencies.
So the motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on lines 54 through 58 of the conference report, you'll see the first important language, and this is to require the Mississippi Forensics Lab to approve for use at least one model of breath alcohol content instrument that is readily available to law enforcement agencies throughout the state. And I asked, obviously, we've been working with Commissioner Tyndall at Department of Public Safety, and basically what we have here, the problem is that the Intoxilizer 8000 model is over 20 years old, and they don't make the replacement parts for that model anymore. So DPS cannot purchase newer models because the DUI statute specifically requires the use of that old Intoxizer 8000 model. So in order to, I guess, update and modernize the equipment used in determining the blood alcohol content instrumentation, we need this language. So that's the first part of the bill. The second part of the bill is really unrelated, but some of our conferees were interested in including this. Basically, it increases from $200 to $500 the monthly compensation of the Board of Directors of the Chickasahey Natural Gas District down in Wayne County. And this is a request from the Wayne County legislators, which includes Senator DeBar. So that was a bill that had died and is basically trying to be resurrected. And this is not public money, it's ratepayers' monies, it's not tax dollars. So I asked that question, of course, and because I suspected you would be interested in that. So these are not tax dollars, these are ratepayer monies. So those are the two things that the conference report does. I wanted to point those out to you and be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, a motion, Senator.
The motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves we adopt the conference report by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Fillingham.
I move that we skip item number 62 and let it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 63.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2346, material harmful to minors, provide for liability for any entity that distributes on the internet without age verification.
Senator Fillingham.
The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call, and if you'll recognize Senator Williams to explain the report.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. The conference report before us is the exact same bill that we passed out of this chamber on the 8th of February unanimously. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them at this time, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, a motion.
If not, the motion be, I'd move that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
The Senator's motion is we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Norwood, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Angela Turner Ford, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Robert Jackson, Senator John Horn, Senator Barbara Blackman, Senator David Jordan, Senator Sarita Simmons. Anyone else? Anyone present? Present, Senator Frazier, Senator Albert Butler. Excuse me, not Albert Butler, Kelvin Butler. Too many Butlers running around here. I'm telling you. Senator Joseph Thomas.
Hickman, no.
And Senator Hickman. Any others? Seeing no others. If you would like to read those voting no, please. Please.
Voting no or nay. Norwood, Simmons of the 13th, Turner Ford, Blackman, Butler of the 36th, Jackson, Horn, Jordan, Hickman, and Simmons of the 12th. Voting no or nay, voting present. Frazier, Butler of the 38th, and Thomas.
Okay, seeing no others, please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. We'll go to the next item. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 64, Senate Bill 2353, and that's the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2353, elections increase wage range for poll workers.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a change that we want to make from the conference report. It's just a technical change. believe we have a copy of it. Hopefully we can get up on the screen here shortly. And I would ask for unanimous consent for that change.
Any objection? Seeing no- Hold on, please.
Basically, we're not changing any wording. We're just realigning the subsections and numbering. That's all. That
Any objection to the technical change? Seeing none, the technical change is adopted.
Okay, so on the bill, in the conference report, the only change that we had from the bill that we passed is that if you work the election, you get paid at least $75 for the day that you work the election. This will up it to $125. That's going from $5.35 an hour to $8.93 an hour. But at the municipality or at the county's discretion, they can give an additional $75. So that would take it from where it was at $8.93 an hour to $14.28 an hour. That's the explanation of the conference report. Be happy to take any questions. If there are none, I move that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator requests passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Chazano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 65, Senate Bill number 2359, call it up and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2359, Tourism, Mississippi Main Street Revitalization Grant Program.
Senator Chazano.
Yes, I would like to move that we adopt the conference report. I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
This is our Mississippi Main Street bill, and the only change was to remove DFA as the administrative agency and make MDA the administrative agency. That was the only change in the report. If there are no questions, I would like to move that we accept this on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? No questions. The senator suggests adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Chazano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to go to the immediate consideration of House Bill 419. It's item 28 on today's calendar.
Any objections? Suspend the rules. Go to item 29. 29?
28, sir.
28. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Chazano.
I'd like to have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 419, Tourism, Provide Assistance to Destination Marketing Organization.
Senator Chazano.
The motion is that we recommit the bill for further study.
Are any questions?
Conference report.
The motion is recommit for further study. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Chazano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to suspend the rules to go immediately to House Bill 704. It's item number 35 on today's calendar.
Senator requests that we suspend the rules, go to item number 35. Anyone?
33. I'm sorry, can't read my handwriting. It's House Bill 704.
34.
I'm sorry, make the motion again, Senator.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 34, which is House Bill number 704.
Okay.
My handwriting is terrible, I'm sorry.
Motion is suspend the rules to go to item 34. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
704, Tourism Series Production, Provide Incentives for Certain.
Senator Chazano.
Thank you. The motion is that we do accept the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that, very similar to the one that we passed on the Senate side, that allows us to have incentives for these television series. The most recent one that we had in Mississippi was Women of the Movement up in the Delta. There are at least 2 other projects being considered in Natchez and some on the Gulf Coast. And the language in here merely enhances what we are able to do to attract the industry, television industry to Mississippi. If there are no questions, I would like to suggest that we pass this by the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves we adopt the conference report. Oh, we do have a question. Senator Hill. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Are there any significant?
Do you
I'm
yield,
sorry.
Senator Hill?
Of course.
I'm trying to look. Is there any significant change from what we allowed them to do previously?
Actually, this is a more benefit for the state. The base investment is if a company pays an employee $3 million, then only the first $3 million of such payroll and fringes may be included in the base investment. Production company that expends at least $50,000 of base investment in the state shall be entitled to a rebate of the portion of the investment, and that the rebate amount of 25% of the base investment made by the production company. And the production company may receive a rebate equal to 20% of payroll and fringes paid for any employee who is not a resident. This is to attract companies that will come and use Mississippi citizens in their production.
So is there any provision that says that this payroll has to be our citizens, or any percentage of it that has to be our citizens?
Wait just a moment. Let me check that and see. I know that when we passed the bill several years ago for the motion pictures, there were stipulations such as that. And here comes my attorney, which is wonderful because she probably can answer that question better than I can right now. Yes, it's better fees. You get more money back if you use state people is the bottom line.
Thank you.
Okay? Any other questions? If not, then I move that we accept this report by the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sojourner, Senator Chisholm, Senator McDaniel. Anyone else? Senator Hill. Senator Hill is present. Senator Blackman as Blackwell as present. Senator Parker as present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Please record all others present by use of one roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules to go to the table subject to call calendar.
Senator moves that we go to table the motion to reconsider. No. What was the motion?
That we suspend the rules to go to the table subject to call calendar.
The table subject to call calendar. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we remove from the table House Concurrent Resolution 60 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 60, a concurrent resolution extending the 2023 regular session of the legislature, suspending deadlines for the purpose of permitting the further consideration, filing, and adoption of conference reports of certain appropriation bills and general bills, and setting the date of sine die adjournment of the 2023 regular session of the legislature.
Senator Michelle.
My motion is that we remove it from the table, Mr. President.
Motion is removed from the table. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
I ask we recognize Senator Parker to offer an amendment.
Senator Parker, you recognize for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first motion is going to be that we move to adopt the strike all, and I'm going to ask you to vote no. Purpose for this is we have a substitute strike all that I'd like to introduce. So my motion would be that we adopt the strike all, and again, I'm going to ask you to vote no.
Senator moves that we adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd now like to be recognized to present the strike all number 2 to House Concurrent Resolution 60. It should be going up on the screen here in just a moment.
Would you like to explain, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President. So what we did after discussion on the floor, we've tried to pare this down where we are just doing the appropriate bills that are necessary with a few extras that we've kind of added in here after some discussion. The amendment, as you see, is from myself, Senator Hobson, and Senator Harkins. So what we've done, we will still have the provision in here that allows the filing and adoption of any appropriation bills that were in conference on March the 27th. And then we have listed House bills number 521, 557, 603, 604, 1734. And we've listed Senate bills 2333, 2335, 2444, 2454, 2465, 2474, 2692, and 2749. And those bills are 603 is dealing with the state budget, 604 is ARPA programs, 521 is a length of service award program, 557 is the rural dentist scholarship program, 1734 is a bond bill, 2333 is a seizure training in public school bill, 2335 is the child care tax credit bill, 2444 is an ARPA bill, 2454 is a transfer bill, 2465 is the appropriation fiscal year 24 DOR tax rebate bill, 2474 has code sections related to the CCID section, 2749 increases the school board member pay, and 2692 is deauthorizing bonds and enabling cash funds instead of the bonds. So that is an explanation of the bills that are listed. The reason we're presenting this, there are ongoing discussions right now with the Appropriation and Finance Chair with members of the House as well. So that's why I'm presenting this, and I would be glad to answer any questions. If there are no questions.
Are there any? Yes, Senator Thomas, I believe. Do you have a question or do you have an amendment?
No, I have an amendment, Mr. President, at the proper time.
Okay. Any questions? So the motion is, Senator?
I think Senator Thomas is.
Well, we got to do his amendment first. Senator, bring your.
So I will move. Adopt. Okay.
I believe we take up Senator Thomas's before, Senator.
No.
So amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your prayers and your support for those impacted by our recent tornadoes. But we can't stop here. These families need state support. This amendment would allow us to suspend the deadline, introduce legislation to help these families. After Katrina, similar legislation was introduced and passed by this body. I am simply requesting to introduce the same legislation for recent victims of this deadly, devastating tornado. And that's all we're trying to do. Please support this amendment and please help our fellow Mississippians affected by these tornadoes.
Senator Parker, do you wish to speak on the amendment? You speak on the amendment.
In reading the amendment, it calls for introduction, consideration, every process that would be needed for a new bill to pass. I do not have any problem with the amendment, and I would ask you to vote yes on the amendment.
Okay. Any questions? Senator Thomas, you wish to close on your amendment, or you're okay? Okay, you yield. So Senator Thomas moves that you did move, didn't you, Senator Thomas, that we adopt your amendment to the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker?
I would move adoption by the use of morning roll call. I'm sorry. Move adoption of the strike all as amended.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now move
Senator
adoption by the use of morning roll call.
Senator Parker moves adoption of the conference report, of the bill, of the resolution by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Now we're on item. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Blunt, did you have a question? I'm so sorry.
Not a question, Mr. President. I would like to ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to Senator Thomas's amendment.
No objection, you're added, Senator. Okay, we'll go to Senator Chesnall. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be added as co-author to Senator Thomas's amendment without objection.
With no objection, you're added. Anyone else? Senator Parker?
Mr. President, I ask for immediate release on House Concurrent Resolution 60 by unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. That's ayes have it. Unanimous consent is granted. And then co-author Senator Williams, Senator McMahon, and Senator Albert Butler. Okay, now we'll go to the next item. I dropped my calendar. Let's find it here. Item 67, I think. 66, I think. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins pass and retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 67, Senator Wiggins. 60, we'll pass that and go to 67. We'll go to item 68, Senator Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2487, Mississippi Dual Enrollment Dual Credit Scholarship Program established.
Motion to recommit for further discussion.
Senator moves to recommit. Any objections? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Bill's been conference report's been recommitted. Senator Parks.
Suggest recommit on the morning roll call.
We don't need to do that. It's already been recommitted.
Okay. At this time, I would ask to suspend the rules and go back to item 33, House Bill number 68.
33.
Suspend the rules, go back to House Bill 68. What's the item number, Senator?
Which one?
Item number what?
33?
33?
House Bill number 68?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine if that's the item. I just didn't. Okay, suspend the rules, go back to item 33, House.
36.
36, House Bill 68.
771. Sorry.
771, okay. All right. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parks.
I ask the title be read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 771, Help Grant and MTAG Programs, revised level of funding provided to eligible students.
Senator Parks.
Motion is to recommit for further discussion.
Motion is to recommit the committee which it came. Further discussion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Bill's been recommitted.
Thank you.
Next we'll go to item 69. Is that correct? Or 68 you didn't take up. 69. Okay. Go ahead, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 69 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2495, state inmates require MDOC to pay increased rate to house inmates in county jails.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the conference report and ask for Senator Sparks to explain.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the bill that we have passed for 3 years, the county jail rate bill. There is a small change. This is where we're going from $20 a day to $25 per day. And we were going to have a tiered system because the intent of the legislation is to expedite the removal of inmates from the county jails. These are people that are in the custody of the Department of Corrections who are being left in our county jails for too long. But we are going to $25 for the 30-day period at the beginning of their stay, and we're going to go to $32.71 for each day after day 31 instead of the other two tiers, which were 30 and 35. That is an explanation of the change in the conference report. I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Norwood for a question.
I yield.
Senator Norwood.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sparks. Are the fees the same for the regional jails and the private prisons?
I'm proud you asked that question. No is the answer. The regional jails, and I intend to spend more time on this over the next year or so, but the regional jails, we passed a bill today to give them an increase based on kind of inflationary pressures. The regional jails were built and they were bonded and they were paid, and the state paid a daily rate that once your bonds were paid off, the payment dropped by $5 or $6 per inmate. So now we have some people receiving as high as $31 per day and some receiving as low as $24.94. We tried to work on that for the regionals. We could not get completely where we wanted to go, but I think we increased it by about $4.3 million for the regionals. As it relates to the the management companies that manage the facility in Wilkinson and the facility in Meridian, we are currently in an emergency contract right now because they're trying to finalize a contract. So I don't know that number off the top of my head, but it is higher than this number. The number for the county jails is simply because we're trying to encourage MDOC to come get their inmates, but if they don't, then at least there's an increase built in for our county jails, because we have to remember the facilities in the regionals hold class 1 and 2 health inmates, so the healthiest, and only medium custody. So they hold the lesser custody and the healthier people. And the counties are just holding whatever has been convicted, which may be a very close custody person, maybe a very violent person, and it may be a very sick person. So we just want to get them out of the county jails and into the Department of Corrections so they can receive the proper classification and location.
And you feel based on the the compensation that's being offered to the county jail is reasonable under the circumstances and is going to, I guess, move MDOC to do due diligence regarding getting the individuals out?
I believe it will, but if they continue to operate as they have been, at least the counties that have been required to hold these inmates for lengthy periods of time will be receiving potentially $10 or $11 more per day, or to actually house them, since the cost have gone up so dramatically.
Now, the county jails, who would they rely on? Who should they expect payment from? Would that be from MDOC?
That's correct. They already invoice DOC for the days that they're there, but they were just invoicing $20 is what the cap rate was. So we're raising that shall pay to another level, especially after they've left them there for 35 days.
And that's understood. MDOC is understood and shall comply.
Yeah, this is statutory and says shall pay, so there should not be confusion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions, a motion, Senator.
Move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item number 70 as the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2512, counties authorized to designate ARPA funds to rural water and sewer association and municipalities for infrastructure projects.
Senator Pope.
My motion will be that we accept the conference report. I'd like to explain.
Are you recognized to explain?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that we passed with no nay votes back a couple of months ago or a month ago regarding counties being able to give any of their direct ARPA funds to municipalities and water association type infrastructure facilities. All we did was remove the reverse repealer. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call for passage.
Are there any questions? See no questions. Senators move for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 71, call up and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2514, Secretary of State clarify authority to transfer land records to the Department of Archives and History.
Senator Polk.
My motion will be that we accept the conference report and I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Mr. President, all we did here was remove a reverse repealer. We had passed the bill with no nay votes from this chamber. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for final passage of the concurrent resolution.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Correct, Senator?
Yes.
Correct. The use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Polk. Go to item 72, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 72, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2534, Commission on Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks, require additional regulation of freshwater fishing guides.
Senator Whaley.
I'd move that we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Suber to explain.
Senator Suber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. This is the bill we've had a few times already this year. Page 1, lines 13 through 27, I believe. Excuse me, 24 is basically just definitions of defining what a guide, an outfitter, captain are. Line 29 through 30, every boat that's going to be a guide or an outfitter will have a decal on the boat. 31 through 35 is describing the licensing fees. In-state residents should not be less than $500, and out-of-state will be $2,000. You have to have a valid residency and sportsman's license for residents. Non-residents also have to have a non-resident fishing license. It'd be required to be in first aid CPR certification, and lines 44 through 49, we lowered the fee for the decal from $250 down to $25. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, the motion, Senator.
Move for passage of the conference report based on the morning roll call.
We do have a question at the last minute. Here's Senator Hill. Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Senator Hill.
So the biggest change in this is the price for non-residents, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, we don't have anything for non-residents. The amount's been the same throughout the course of this bill. The biggest change in this one is we lowered the decal fee from $250 to $25.
$250 to $25, but you raised the resident outfitter and annual license from $150 to $500.
Yes, ma'am.
Not to exceed $250, so they could be up to $250. So that will be $500, and then the non-resident that we never had before, y'all added that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
From current law.
Any other questions? Seeing none, the senators move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sojourner, Senator McDaniel, Senator Chisholm, Senator Hill, Chisholm. Senator Tate. Anyone else? Anyone present? Okay, seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson,
Mr.
you're
President,
recognized.
I would request to suspend the rules, go back to item 18 on today's calendar.
Senator moves we suspend the rules, go back to item 18 on the calendar. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. That's
Back
the
to
title.
item 18. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1089, State Budget Revised Provisions of Several Fiscal Year 23 Budgets, Bills, and Create Special Funds.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the what we call the Fixes Bill, and I've been over most of these projects with you several times during the session. It's various projects from last year's bills that needed corrections, technical corrections. I'm not going to go over the ones we've already covered, but I am going to go over a few more that we've found over the last couple of weeks that I'm requesting to be added to this conference report. It includes the project that was in Marshall County for the Isaac Chapel Rosenwald Historical Museum and Education Center, that the remaining balance of the funds received from DFA that were sent to Marshall County be sent to that particular project. The next one was a project in Carroll County that concerned the construction, and they wanted to add or purchase of a building for a VFW post, Michael H. Ball VFW post. That was $200,000. The next addition was one VFW post. It should have been an American Legion post in Ackerman for $25,000. The next one is amending the Capital Improvements Fund for Mississippi Valley State. There was an R&R repairs and renovation provision that dealt with the expansion of improvements of specific projects on Mississippi Valley State's campus, $10.2 million, and this just says expansion of improvements to existing buildings and facilities, because some of the buildings and the facilities didn't need as much coverage, and to allow them to use those funds on their campus for other R&R. On the Gulf Coast GCRF project bill from last year was to delete the provision that related to the Rapiscan Golf Tournament, and the final addition would be the language in DOT's bill that transferred funds from an infrastructure match fund to general support. The language did not support that, and it was causing a problem for DOT. That's an explanation of the additional corrections or fixes from last year's bills. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
You have Senator Jordan for a question.
I do.
Senator Jordan.
Thank you. Mississippi Valley State University did not use all of those resources. The reason
in last year's bill,
yes,
Senator Jordan, they had specific projects that were listed, and on some of those projects they've either finished them or they're unable to use them, and so to allow them to continue their R&R work for other projects they've got on campus, this should just free up those funds.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. Motion, Senator.
Motion would be to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Polk, the conference report is passed. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the title be read on item number 73.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2538, Mississippi Regional Pre-Need Disaster Cleanup Act, create.
Senator Polk.
My motion will be that we do accept and adopt the conference report. I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that allows counties and cities to join a consortium of themselves of 9 districts to be able to pre-contract for disasters just like that happened Friday, where they will be ready to jump in there and begin cleanup immediately with MEMA approval and DFA handling the payments of it. As long as then all we did was remove the reverse repealer So if there are no questions, use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Are there any questions? No questions. Senator, motion is?
Adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Next, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 74, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2556, qualifications for appointment as a conservation officer, clarify.
Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Very simple conference report. What we're dealing with here actually is the Stewardship Trust Fund, and we're simply stating that the 4 members appointed by the governor will come from geographically diverse areas, and the 3 members by the lieutenant governor from geographically diverse areas. That's an explanation of the conference report, and I'll yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator. Motion.
Ask for adoption by the use of morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all. Present. Senator McClendon. Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. We'll go to item 75. Oh, we've done 75. Go to 76, Senator Hill.
Number 76, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2612, construction, bring forward code sections concerning local permitting and state board of contractors licensing.
Senator Hill.
My motion would be to recommit for further conference.
Motion, would you like to explain or?
Well, we just filed what we needed to file to get to the deadline last night, and we're still working on this.
Okay. So motion is to recommit. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Recommit item 76, Senate Bill number 2612. We'll go to item 77, Senator Blackwell. 78. 78. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up the item 78 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2673, Mississippi Real Estate Appraisal Board, make independent from Mississippi Real Estate Commission.
My motion will be that we accept the conference report and I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this is basically the House version that they passed, and the only difference between it and the version that we passed initially are some other code sections were added to ensure that the language of the separation and the name of the appraisal board will be concurrent with each other throughout the code. The other thing that they changed was to allow more than one member from any different accreditation association for appraisers to be on the board. I understand there's really now only one association accreditation. So we passed it 51-1 last time, no substantive changes. I'd use of the morning roll call if there are no questions for final passage.
Anyone have a question? Seeing none, Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report has passed. Senator Delano.
Yes, I'd like to have item number 79, Senate Bill 2729, have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2729, limitation of liability requirements for information technology contracts, clarify.
Senator Delano.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the conference report, and I'll explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
All we did is remove the reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the conference report. If there are any questions, I'll yield.
Are there any questions?
And I'll move to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please, no, Senator Hill. Present or no? Senator Hill, no? Okay, anyone else? Senator Blackwell as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. We'll go to item number 80, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins will pass and retain that item on its place on the calendar. 81, Senator DeBar. Pass and retain item 81 and will retain its place on the calendar. We'll go to item 2, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 82 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2844, Bureau of Fleet Management provides duties thereof.
Mr. President, my motion is going to be we adopt the conference report. I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only thing we did here, this is the the Bureau of Fleet Management bill. We removed the reverse repeater. We had passed it 52-0. So if there are no questions, use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, item 83, I'd like the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2853, Small Unmanned Aircraft Systems, requires state purchase and servicing of from American companies only.
The motion will be that we adopt the conference report. I'd like to recognize Senator Whaley to explain the bill.
Senator Whaley, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. President. I have very few changes to the conference report dealing with the unmanned aircraft or the drone bill. Basically what we've done, we've heard some concerns from MEMA and several other agencies dealing with the time frame that we had put on this. So we have decided to go until the effective date beginning January 1st of 2025 to give them more time to get to domestic purchases. And also we have a 10% bid preference over non-Mississippi companies, and also the agencies may solicit a minimum of one bid from a Mississippi-based small company, and that is a basic explanation of the conference report. I'll yield any questions.
Are there any questions? I see no questions. Senator, the motion was?
Ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Now, Senator Fillingane, do you wish to take these up today? Okay, then we'll go all the way. We'll pass and retain items 84 through 90. And we'll go to item 91, Senator Branning. You've already done it today. And 92, how about 93? 93, Senator Bryan first. Wrong calendars, Senator. Senator Bryan, 93, pass and retain 93, 94, and 95. Senator DeBar on item number 96, Senator DeBar. So do advise and consent calendar. Go pass and retain items 96, 97, and 98, Senator. Okay, we'll go to item number 99, Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 99, Senate nomination number 92, and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 92, Mark Stewart Formby, Picayune, Mississippi Workers' Compensation Commission as chairman of the commission, 6-year term effective March 8, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2028.
Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Formby has been reappointed to a 6-year term. He's served very admirably. He's always been available to our insurance committee whenever we needed help with workers' comp issues. He passed the committee on a unanimous vote, so I move that we do advise and consent with the nomination.
Are there any questions? The motion is we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Present. Senator Hickman and Senator Derek Simmons present. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye for do advise and consent. Now, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 100, call it up and have the title read.
We will pass, item 100, Senate nomination number 74. Please read the nomination.
Senate nomination number 74, Van Kyle Ray, Yazoo City, Mississippi Board of Trustees of the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. Term effective July 14, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2025, representing the 2nd Congressional District as it existed July 1st, 2022.
Senator Whaley.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, we had Mr. Van Ray. He came before the committee being confirmed to the Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. We had a lengthy discussion. The peer report was clean. No derogatory information was found. So with that, the committee moved to advise and consent, and I yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion, do advise and consent.
Move that we do advise and consent by the use of morning roll call.
Motion is do advise and consent by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye on do advise and consent on item 100, Senate nomination number 74. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to pass number 101, retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 102, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 95, Joe Everett Cloy, Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Board of Trustees of Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2025.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Cloyd as well came before the committee yesterday. We had a lengthy discussion. There was no derogatory information found. So with that, I will yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator, for a motion.
Use advise and consent by the morning roll call.
Senator moves. Senator move we do advise. Senator Norwood, have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood.
I do.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Whaley. The how many board trustee members do you have?
7.
7.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the term of I think 3 of them. That would be expiring at the same time. So that's the other terms are not. I mean, you will have a functioning board or quorum.
Absolutely. They are staggered in different phases.
Okay.
They're several by the governor, several by the lieutenant governor, with the aid of the speaker. So they're staggered in that point. I can get you those dates when I leave.
No, that's fine. I just a question. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wade.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, Senator moves that we adopt do advise and consent by use of the morning roll calls. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Confirmation has been adopted.
I'd like to skip item 103, have it retain its place on the calendar.
Pass and retain item 103. Senator Blunt, item 104.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item in the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 90, Kent Gerard, Kent Nicole, Pass Christian Mississippi Gaming Commission remainder of a 4-year term effective March 8, 2023 and ending September 30, 2025. Vice Alvin Hopkins.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask to recognize the Vice Chairman, Senator Moran, to handle the nomination.
Senator Moran, you're recognized to handle the nomination.
Thank you, Mr. President. The title pretty much says it all. Mr. Nico came before our gaming committee yesterday, and we had opportunity to ask questions. All the peer report came back clean. We're good to go on that. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. If not, I move by the passage of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call.
Thank you.
Any objection to all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules to go to item 62 on the calendar, Senate Bill number 2343.
Item 62.
Yes, sir.
Senator moves our request suspend the rules go back to item 62. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2343, Capitol Police, revised jurisdiction on.
The motion is that we recommit the bill for further conferencing.
Senator moves we recommit for further conferencing. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. Okay, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules. We'll take up item 81.
Senator asks unanimous consent to suspend the rules to take up item 81. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Go back to item 81, Senator DeBar.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2812, Board for Administration of Certain Failing School District, extend date of repeal.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This conference report is just a repealer bill we passed out earlier, extends the statute to 2026. The House receded from the amendments that they made to it, and so it's back to our original Senate bill. I'll yield for any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Motion.
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption by use of morning conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. No. Senator Hill. Anyone else? Present. Anyone present? Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. That's passed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to take up, suspend the rules to take up item 96.
Senator request unanimous consent to take up item 96. Is that correct, Senator?
That's correct.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 1, Marcy Moore Scoggins, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board, term effective immediately and ending August 30th, 2025.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Scoggins is being appointed to serve on the Charter School Authorizer Board, and she came before the subcommittee and committee, Education Committee, no derogatory data. Both committees did advise and consent, and I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions. The motion is we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Do advise and consent has been adopted. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for unanimous consent to take up items, suspend the rules to take up items 97 and 98, and we do so in block.
So, Senator moves that we take up items 97 and 98 in block. Does anyone wish to set one aside? Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. These nominations are for Candace Robbins, excuse me, Mr. President, will you read the titles?
Oh, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 8, Candace Denise Robbins, Raymond, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School, authorize the board to represent the 1st Supreme Court District, unexpired 3-year term effective May 12, 2022, and ending August 31st, 2023, Vice Mark C. Baker Sr. Senate nomination number 9, Candace Denise Robbins, Raymond, Mississippi, Mississippi Charter School, authorize the board to represent the 1st Supreme Court District, 3-year term effective September 1st, 2023, and ending August 31st, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Robbins came before the subcommittee and the committee. Both committees found that she was qualified, no derogatory data. She is filling an unexpired term to the Charter School Board, Authorizer Board, and a new term beginning in September for another 3-year term. Both committees did advise and consent, and that is my motion that we do advise and consent on Ms. Robbins.
Motion is we do advise and consent by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on items 97, 98. Been adopted. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the chamber for unanimous consent to fix some clerical errors in about 4 bills that we have found so far.
What? Request unanimous consent on what bill?
I'll explain to them.
Oh, okay. Unanimous consent to correct some bills. Hey, what? Oh, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. First is House Bill 1641. It's the Attorney General's Appropriations Bill. There's one, what we need to do is amend line 220 by deleting the word Section 10 and inserting in lieu of the word Section 11. In House Bill 1617, Appropriations for Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, we amend the line 50 by deleting the number 49 and inserting in the lieu thereof the number 51. This would be PIN numbers. House Bill 1640, the appropriation for the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals and Trial Judge Services. We amend line 89 by deleting the number 40 and inserting the in lieu thereof the number 48. And in Senate Bill 3022, the appropriation for the Department of Revenue, amend line 31 by deleting the number 668 and inserting in lieu thereof the number 704. I'd like to request unanimous consent to make those changes.
All right. Any questions? Motion is unanimous consent to make those changes. Anyone, all in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Okay, who's next? That it? Anyone else wish to take up a bill? If not, Senator Polk. Announcements first and then Senator Polk. Announcements, please. Any announcements? All right, no announcements. I guess next is Senator Polk. Oh, Senator Norwood, did you have an announcement? Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourned today, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Mr. Kenneth Kennard Woods Adams, original of Oxford, Mississippi, who now lives in South Bend, Indiana. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. I couldn't hear you. Senator Derek Simmons, announcement.
Adjourn the memory, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Adjournment.
No, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Tom Gaston, the brother of the Washington County Sheriff, Milton Gaston. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mike Thompson. Senator Thompson. Anyone else?
doesn't know if you call him, he's gonna adjourn us. I'm sorry.
Senator Pope, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move we stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Motion is stand in recess, subject to call of chair. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules to go back to item 12 for immediate consideration.
Senator like to suspend the rules, go back to item 12. Any objections? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
All right. My motion is we reconsider the vote by which the conference report was passed.
Motion is we do reconsider the vote by which the conference report was passed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you. My motion is going to be recommit. There was some language in there that actually we gave the authority to counties and cities to bond and use the use tax revenue to pay for those bonds. And what we wanted to prevent is other types of debt service payment that wasn't associated with roads and bridges. So we're going to recommit the bill, fix that, and we'll bring it back up before you. My motion is we recommit the bill for further conferencing.
Motion is recommit the bill for further conference. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's recommitted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other business? Anything on the calendar anyone needs to go back to? Seeing nothing else, announcements? Any announcements? Seeing no announcements, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until the last conference report is filed tonight, at which time the Journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Senator moves we stand in recess until the last committee report is filed tonight, at which time we'll stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess.